Chapter 1390. It was as if a bomb had been touched by someone, and it instantly exploded. That demon claw was also blown to the point of being drenched in blood. You better give up early. This isn't something you can open. At this time, the suppressed fierce beast couldn't help but roar. Even though it was temporarily suppressed by the demon subduing Pagoda, it still didn't show any mercy. Humph! Then watch how I subdue him. This yin-yang diagram of life and death. I'm definitely taking it. The demon sneered and began to pinch seals in its hands. One by one, the demon character sprang out of its body and smashed toward the seal character. Boom! 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 A series of loud explosions resounded. Even the originally dazzling seal character began to crack and become unstable. But at this time, without the help of the fierce beast that was constantly repairing it, the cracks on the seal character began to grow bigger and bigger. After killing the great Azura, Yishiwen went on a killing spree. These demon experts were no match for him at all. In addition, there were top-notch figures like Li Ye and the Ocean Emperor leading the way, and by Xiaosheng holding the line at the side, so they gradually stabilized their footing. Yi Shiwen killed his way back to the Yi clan. Originally, he was afraid that the great Azura would go on a killing spree, so he was sealed into the demon army so that it would be convenient for him to attack. Anyway, he was never afraid of group battles. Now the situation is getting more and more urgent. I originally thought that the vicious beast would be able to stop the demon, but I didn't expect it to be suppressed. Although it's only temporary, it may not be fatal for those big shots. However, for us, it's enough to kill us, said Yi Shiwen. Wait a minute. Get ready to retreat at any time. Don't worry about anything. When I say charge, follow me, said Yi Shiwen. Okay. Everyone nodded in response. They were all prepared. If the battle really continued to that extent, they had no other choice but to escape. That demon was too terrifying. At the very least, it had probably reached the peak of the heaven tier. Such a character was not someone they could deal with at all. Whether they could escape or not was a problem, because this planet was surrounded by these devils. With the ruthless style of these devils, it was even possible that they would sacrifice this planet. How could they escape? But since Yi Shiwen said so, then he must have his reasons. Hurry up and come out. At this moment, the demon let out a roar. In the depths of the pit, there seemed to be something moving crazily as though it was trying to break the seal. Coupled with the crazy attacks of the demon outside, the entire seal was almost unable to withstand the double the pressure. At this time, the beast was about to escape the suppression of the demon, subduing Pagoda. At this critical juncture, it all depended on who could succeed first. Boom! With a loud bang, a mushroom cloud slowly rose from the seal. It was a horrifying scene. The seal finally couldn't bear it anymore and suddenly collapsed. Voila! Countless demon aura suddenly boiled, forming a real evil wind that blew crazily in the surroundings. Jia jia! At this time, a sharp laughter came from inside. A wisp of green smoke came out of it. It was another demon, but this demon didn't have a body. Only a trace of its origin spirit was left. And above his head there was a diagram. On this diagram, the yin and yang aura directly turned into two gods, chanting the understanding of yin and yang aura. It was another incredible magic tool. All of you go to hell. I want this planet to be bathed in blood and rebuild my demon body. The spirit of the demon began to scream crazily. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but change their expressions. They didn't doubt that this demon had such an ability, because it didn't seem difficult for this demon. He could kill everyone and use their flesh and blood to rebuild his lost demon body. Abyssal Demon Lord, I owe you a favor for saving me from this world today, the spirit of the demon said, but he looked at the Abyssal Demon Lord with a greedy look. He actually coveted the body of the Abyssal Demon Lord and wanted to take it for himself. Although this look was only for a moment, it had already aroused the fear of the Abyssal Demon Lord. This old guy really wouldn't shed a tear until he saw the coffin. He had already fallen to this state, but he still dared to scheme against me. If you want to repay me, it's very simple. I heard that your yin-yang life and death diagram is very mysterious. Why don't you take it as compensation? At this time, the abyssal demon lord said with a faint smile, Impossible. This yin-yang life and death diagram is the only instrument I have left. The others have already been destroyed. How can I leave it for you? If even the yin-yang life and death diagram is gone, then what value do I have? The spirit of the demon was not stupid at all. Isn't that right? Without the yin-yang life and death diagram, you are nothing. In the previous war, not only did you not participate, you even stole the yin-yang life and death diagram, directly leading to the complete defeat of my demon race. You are already lucky that I didn't kill you today. I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. Then don't blame me for directly taking it. The abyssal demon lord sneered. In his opinion, if the primordial spirit of this demon didn't have the yin-yang diagram of life and death, then what was he? He was just a piece of trash that wasn't worthy of speaking to him. You. The spirit of the demon didn't expect the abyssal demon lord to speak so impolitely. The yin-yang diagram of life and death above his head spun even faster, and a curtain of light hung down, protecting him within. At this moment, everyone was a little dumbfounded as they looked at the internal conflict between the abyssal demon lord and the demon lord. They didn't know how it turned out like this. Wasn't the abyssal demon lord here to save the demon lord's primordial spirit? You didn't come to save me. The spirit of the demon said at this time. He had been suppressed here for countless years. Even his flesh was completely rotten. If it wasn't for the yin-yang life and death diagram suppressing a trace of his spirit, he might have already died. Nonsense! Who wants to save a trash like you? The yin-yang life and death diagram has been in your hands for so many years, but you still can't see through the life and death puzzle. In my opinion, you are just a trash. At this time, the abyssal demon lord sneered. In that case, you've been gone for so many years. How is it possible that your body hasn't decayed yet? You. The demon's primordial spirit seemed to have thought of something and immediately became terrified. You've already seen through that step? That's right. The abyssal demon lord didn't hide anything and said with a sneer, How about it? I will give you another chance. As long as you hand over the yin-yang life and death diagram and kneel down to be my dog for the rest of your life, not only can I let you go, but I can also help you rebuild your demon body. How about it? Impossible. You want me to lower my head and be your dog? Don't even think about it. If you force me too much, then at worst, we will die together. If I can't get the yin-yang life and death diagram, then don't even think about it. At this time, the demon suddenly reacted and said, At this time, he had an expression of determination. After all, he was also a demon lord, and his cultivation was once unparalleled in the world. Now that he was asked to be someone else's dog, how could he agree? Then try it. I want to see how much strength you have. The abyssal demon lord was not a person who could be threatened, so he immediately said unyieldingly. In an instant, he directly grabbed over and grabbed the yin-yang life and death diagram. On the yin-yang life and death diagram, a yin god and a yang god began to burst out a terrifying light, and together they blasted out a profound, blasting towards the huge demon claw. Bang! The yin god and the yang god had jointly blasted out an attack, but it was instantly grabbed by the abyssal demon lord. A disdainful smile appeared on his face, and he said, This yin-yang life and death diagram was famous in the world in the past, but now in your hands, it only has this kind of power. It's really a waste of the yin-yang life and death diagram's name. Don't you feel ashamed? Yin-yang life and death diagram. Suddenly, Yi Qianqian seemed to remember something. I didn't expect that it's actually this instrument and hasn't been destroyed yet. It's actually still hiding here. Yi Qianqian said with a frown. At this time, Yi Shiwen also finally remembered that it wasn't that he didn't learn anything in the past few years. yin-yang life and death diagram. Old Yi had also briefly mentioned that this diagram could be called a very terrifying instrument. There used to be a devil god who held the yin-yang life and death diagram, and he was invincible. Many experts of the human race had died tragically in the hands of the yin-yang life and death diagram. But later this yin-yang life and death diagram disappeared, and it didn't appear in the hands of the devil race's experts. In the end, the devil race retreated back to the devil world, and there was no more news about the yin-yang life and death diagram. Yi Shiwen didn't expect to see it again here. This matter was top secret, but with the identity and status of these people present, they were absolutely qualified to know about this matter. Even if it was just some hearsay, it was enough to let them have a general understanding of this yin-yang life and death diagram. To sum it up, it could only be described in one word: terrifying. However, under the control of the soul of this devil, it indeed didn't have the invincible power of the rumor. The soul of that devil couldn't help but look ugly when he heard the abyssal demon lord say this about him. But he couldn't do anything because what the abyssal demon lord said was the truth, and he couldn't refute it. However, his complexion immediately became fierce. Even so, whoever wanted to snatch it from his hands must first step over his dead body. Chapter 1391. He was well aware of the wonders of the yin-yang diagram of life and death. For the yin-yang diagram of life and death, he didn't hesitate to betray the demon race and steal the yin-yang diagram of life and death. Although the demon race's subsequent defeat couldn't be said to be because of this, it was undoubtedly a very important reason. Even when he was later found by the experts of the various races and was finally suppressed in this forbidden area, he never regretted it. So what if he didn't have a body? He didn't care at all. He wanted to see through the last step, to see through life and death, to truly walk between life and death, to cut off his own fate, to transcend the 3 realms and the 5 elements, just like those legendary characters. However, he alone couldn't do it, only with the help of the yin-yang life and death diagram. This diagram contained the mysteries of life and death. If he could comprehend it, he would be able to truly step into the realm of immortality. This was what he cared about the most. Other things didn't matter. Reputation didn't matter. The demon race didn't matter. As long as he could step into the realm of immortality, who would dare to look down on him? Unfortunately, after being sealed here for so many years, even his body had decayed. Although he managed to preserve a strand of his primordial spirit, he couldn't continue to comprehend the mysteries of immortality. In the ocean of immortality, the body was the boat. The stronger and more sturdy the body, the greater the probability of crossing the ocean. But on the other hand, his physical body had completely decayed and turned into ashes after millions of years. Without a physical body, it was like a man on the sea who suddenly sank. It was impossible to swim ashore with his own strength. He could only drown. If it were not for the yin-yang pattern of life and death that protected his primordial spirit, he would have turned into ashes long ago, let alone the rest of his body. Whoever wanted to take away his yin-yang life and death diagram was the same as taking away his life. It wasn't easy to escape, but now he had to face such a terrifying expert. If he knew this would happen, he might as well continue to stay in the seal. Although he would never see the light of day, at least his life wouldn't be in danger. "You don't deserve such a treasure," the abyssal demon lord said with disdain. "I don't deserve it? Do you think you do?" The primordial spirit couldn't help but angrily roar. "Of course." The abyssal demon lord stood with his hands behind his back and sneered at the primordial spirit. "Don't even think about it." At this time, the vicious beast that was being suppressed by the demon suppressing pagoda was also roaring. He was about to break free. On the other side, the expert from Baishaosheng was fighting with the Death Knight at this time. He had no way to get away and had no way to intervene in the battle here. Seeing that the ferocious beast was about to escape, the abyssal demon lord finally lost his patience and threw out a punch. In an instant, his aura devoured the mountains and rivers and shook the surroundings. This punch seemed to be able to shatter the entire sky. In his fist, he used the fist will to crush everyone. He had already reached an extremely terrifying realm. Bang! The primordial spirit of the demon was blasted away on the spot. At this time he glared at the Abyss Demon Lord and roared, "Abyss, do you really want to force me into a dead end?" "So what if I force you into a dead end? If a trash like you dies, then so be it. I'll just devour you to replenish my origin spirit." The Abyssal Demon Lord didn't care at all. "You forced me to do this, bastard." He let out a terrifying roar. His eyes were filled with a crazy look. At this time, he looked at the Abyss Demon Lord in a crazed manner. It seemed like he wanted to devour the Abyss Demon Lord directly. And at this time, a tyrannical power began to boil in his body. He was forced to this point by the Abyss Demon Lord. He had almost lost all hope. At this time, he seemed to have gone crazy. "Since I can't get it, and you still want to kill me, then let's perish together. No one will get it." The primordial spirit of the demon Lord roared, "You dare!" At this time, the Abyss Demon Lord opened his eyes wide. He didn't expect that the primordial spirit of this demon lord would actually dare to do this. He actually dared to perish together. "Why wouldn't I dare?" "Ha ha ha, Abyss, you are too smart." "But so what? You didn't expect that I would have such a move." "Indeed, my courage is not very big. But if someone wants to snatch my things, then I won't let you go. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go." He roared angrily as if he was saying his last words. "Become a ghost? I wasn't afraid of you when you were alive, let alone when you're dead," the Abyss Demon Lord said indifferently. But his big hand once again grabbed toward the yin-yang pattern of life and death. Boom! The primordial spirit of that demon lord finally exploded with a loud sound in front of everyone's eyes. Although he was only a wisp of primordial spirit, he was, after all, a former demon lord. Such a tyrannical expert protecting himself. The power could be imagined. The entire forbidden area turned into nothingness in an instant. Countless corpses that had existed for countless years also turned into ashes in an instant. And the evil spirits that were born in them were also wiped out in an instant. This power was really terrifying. He really didn't care about the flood that would overflow the sky after I die. The terrifying shock waves swept out in circles. Some experts who were half a step into the celestial being realm, whether it was the allied forces of various races or the demon race, couldn't resist and were sent flying. Even those experts at the celestial being realm were shaken to the point that they bled from all orifices. This was because of the extremely terrifying power of the exchange between the two sides just now. So, no one dared to casually approach and had already retreated far away. Otherwise, even the experts of the celestial being realm would only be suppressed to death. Yi Shiwen only felt a huge energy tornado blowing directly towards him. His clothes were fluttering in the wind. The divinity in his body automatically protected its master. However, that terrifying energy tornado blew his clothes and made a fluttering sound. The sand and stones under his feet weren't blown away. Instead, they were annihilated in an instant. The ground was flattened by a layer. Such a terrifying power made everyone's faces turn pale one after another. And, under such terrifying power, the palm of that demon lord was also shaken off and blood was dripping. "Bastard, damn it, damn it!" The Abyss Demon Lord roared like a wounded beast. It was very terrifying. At this time he covered his arm, but there was no way to do anything. He could only roar ferociously. Soon, the arm on his hand automatically fell off, and then a new arm grew out. Such a cultivation could be said to be extremely powerful, and it was definitely enough to scare people to death. And on the other side, the suppressed vicious beast was actually fine because the demon subduing pagoda helped him block most of the power, and the demon subduing pagoda was sent flying by this terrifying power, just in time to let him escape. "Damn demon lord, die for me!" He looked up to the sky and roared, and a powerful air wave instantly swept out. And just as this terrifying shock wave just passed, two streamers directly rushed out from the energy storm. It was the yin-yang life and death diagram, But at this time, the yin-yang life and death diagram actually broke into two parts, one big and one small. The big part occupied 2/3 of the diagram, and it flew in the direction of the Abyss Demon Lord, and just happened to be in his hands. Ha ha ha, in the end, it still fell into my hands. But he soon discovered that this yin-yang life and death diagram was only a mere 2/3, and the part that belonged to life was missing more than half, and the part that belonged to death was also missing a small part. He immediately looked at the other streamer, and sure enough, it was the other half of the yin-yang life and death diagram. But the other half of the yin-yang life and death diagram was too fast, and it almost instantly passed through the crowd and blasted into the body of a human warrior. Puff! Yi Shiwen only felt that a streamer of light directly rushed into his body at lightning speed. His body was suddenly like a cannonball and was sent flying hundreds of miles away. His body streaked across the vast sky and issued a sharp whistling sound. Boom! His body smashed through a primordial divine mountain before he finally came to a stop. He felt as if his entire body was about to collapse. And the most terrifying thing was that he felt that in his body, a terrifying force of life and death appeared, alternating with each other, tearing his body apart. Even with the strength of his tyrant body, at this time, it was like a piece of paper that was torn apart casually and then healed again. This kind of terrifying feeling was playing out every moment, and it even made a person with a strong will faintly feel that his back was instantly soaked in cold sweat. He couldn't help but gasp, and he almost fainted. In addition, he was directly hit by the streamer just now, and then directly vomited a mouthful of blood, and he was not far from fainting. Damn, this is really an undeserved disaster. This was also thanks to the infinite power of his tyrant body. If it were an ordinary person, just the terrifying impact of this streamer alone was enough to directly kill him, and then directly send him flying. Yi Shiwen wasn't the first person to be hit by the remnant of the yin-yang life and death diagram. The people in front of him were directly turned into a mass of blood fog on the spot. Whether it was the devil race or the experts of various races, they would all meet the same fate if they were to bump into this remnant of yin-yang life and death diagram. Therefore, a large mass of blood fog was set off wherever he went. Only Yi Shiwen was not directly hit into a cloud of blood mist, but directly sent flying. The yin-yang life and death diagram fragment directly rushed into his body, which was already shocking enough. This situation was absolutely unexpected. Not only did Yi Shiwen not expect it, even Yi Qianqian, Yi Shukong, and the others did not expect it at all. The scene was silent, and after a long time, they finally reacted to what had happened. Yi Shiwen. At this time, everyone from the Yi family flew in the direction of Yi Shiwen, and behind them, there was a terrifying demon claw directly grabbing. Chapter 1392. At this time, everyone from the Yi clan flew in Yi Shiwen's direction, and behind them there was a terrifying demonic claw directly grabbing at them. Wherever this demonic claw passed, all the experts from the demon clan and other clans collapsed and were directly grabbed into blood mist. However, this demonic claw did not slow down. The direction it was heading towards was none other than Yi Shiwen's direction. The target was also very clear. It was the yin-yang life and death diagram fragment in Yi Shiwen's body. At this time, Yi Shiwen also saw the demonic claw grabbing at him. He wanted to struggle to move, but there was no way. His whole body seemed to fall apart, and there was a crazy tug-of-war between the life force and the death force in his body. One was destroying and the other was repairing, but there was no other way at this time. He immediately shouted, and a blood-colored light flashed in his hand. In the sky, a blood-colored gate appeared. Blood World. At this time, some Sea Clan experts recognized it. Isn't this the entrance and gate of the Blood World? They would not mistake the familiar aura of the Blood World. In fact, almost all of these Sea Clan experts had experience in the Blood World. It was just that they did not expect the gate of the Blood World to appear here. At this time, Yi Shiwen roared, "Let's go!" As he said, his body took the lead and directly rushed into the blood world. Yi Qianqian, Yi Shukom, and the others hesitated for a moment, but they also followed in almost instantly. They remembered what Yi Shiwen had said just now. Originally, it was just a precaution, but now it had become a real matter, and the demonic claw almost instantly followed in, grabbing at Yi Shiwen. Bang! Yi Shiwen was slapped on the spot, and his body was slapped out again like a cannonball. His body was almost disintegrated in the void, and blood splattered everywhere. Boom! His body directly hit a cliff, directly smashing a big hole in the cliff, and countless rocks instantly turned into powder. Close! Yi Shiwen gritted his teeth and roared. Immediately after, the gate of the blood world began to close, but when it closed to the demonic claw, it was stuck here. At this moment, thunder rumbled within the blood world as the minor heavens Tao within the blood world began to operate. The gates of the blood world closed up instantly, leaving the demonic claw within the blood world. Seeing this scene, Yi Shiwen finally felt relieved. He closed his eyes and fainted. Yi Shiwen didn't know how much time had passed. It seemed as if a day had passed, but it also seemed as if dozens of years had passed, or even hundreds of years had passed. Yi Shiwen finally woke up. Groaning, he opened his eyes and saw a beautiful face in front of him. It was none other than Yi Qianqian. Yi Shiwen, are you all right? Yi Qianqian was pleasantly surprised to see that Yi Shiwen had woken up. There was a pleasantly surprised look on her pretty face. I'm fine. Yi Shiwen turned his head with difficulty and looked around. He found himself in a cave. He couldn't help but feel relieved in his heart. He was really lucky this time. He had almost been killed by that claw, being ambushed twice in succession. This was really an unexpected calamity. The situation had become so serious that he had actually fainted. How serious was this? Because it must be known that the reason why people would faint under normal circumstances was because of the self-protection factor. When someone complained about a serious injury or a huge mental blow, they would automatically faint. In this way, they would not die from the pain. But this definitely did not include him. He often fought until the last moment in battles. Even when he was seriously injured, he had never retreated. Fainting was a very incredible thing for him now, because he had cultivated to such a level. Even if it seemed to be impossible for ordinary people to control the subconscious, he could also control it. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it was impossible for him to faint. It was also impossible for him to let himself faint because fainting meant that he had no consciousness. That way, he would be entrusting his own safety to others. This was absolutely not something he would allow, but now it still happened. One could imagine how serious the injury was this time. At that moment, it was an unexpected calamity. He was almost killed by this yin-yang life and death diagram. In all honesty, this time he did not covet the yin-yang life and death diagram at all, because the few people involved in this yin-yang life and death diagram, any one of them could casually crush him to death without any effort at all. But now, this yin-yang diagram of life and death had fallen into his hands. It was definitely God's will. Because he didn't covet it, he didn't make any preparations. That was why he ended up in such a miserable state and almost died. This time it was definitely not a good thing for him because the life and death power of the yin-yang life and death diagram was frantically destroying and rebuilding his body. Because now that the yin-yang life and death diagram was broken, the yin and yang power in it lost its restraint and completely broke this balance. Without balance in his body, it began to sweep wildly. If a fortune teller were to read Yi Shiwen's fortune now, he would be completely dumbfounded, because Yi Shiwen's face would be dark and full of death energy for a while, and then he would be full of life and full of vitality. However, the only thing worth rejoicing was that in this yin-yang life and death diagram fragment, there was more life power. If there was more death power, he would probably be dead at this time. This was definitely a terrifying martial instrument. Even such a small fragment of the diagram was about to make Yi Shiwen completely collapse. However, Even if the life power had the upper hand, it could not go on like this. Otherwise, his body would collapse sooner or later. At this time, the ancient god scripture, the Mingxin ancient tree, the word fighting, and the mysterious space in his body began to suppress this yin-yang life and death diagram. Now he could only barely maintain the balance, but there was no other way. In other words, most of his power had disappeared at once to suppress the yin-yang life and death diagram. This decline was not just a little bit. Originally, his strength was far stronger than Yi Qianqian and Yi Shukong, but now he was only on par with the two of them. But now there was no other way. He could only forcibly suppress it and wait until he returned to the Yi family. "How many days have I been unconscious?" asked Yi Shiwen. 3 months, said Yi Qianqian. "So long." Yi Shiwen couldn't help but be a little stunned. "Now that the yin-yang diagram of life and death is in your body, we thought you wouldn't be able to hold on a few times." Then, after hearing a phoenix cry, "Your body actually began to slowly recover." Yi Qianqian said. Yi Shiwen understood that it should be the phoenix regeneration technique in his body. In this case, it should be automatically protecting the owner. He just couldn't help but be a little depressed. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. He was almost killed by this yin-yang life and death diagram fragment. He didn't have the slightest feeling of obtaining a treasure. Firstly, this yin-yang life and death diagram was only a fragment. Secondly, even if he obtained it, he must be able to subdue it. In this state, it was impossible to subdue it. It couldn't be used at all. It meant that not only was it useless, but it also became a disadvantage. Thinking of this, he was a little depressed. "Now I'm fine. Let's go out first. I don't know how noisy it is outside now," said Yi Shiwen. It had already been a full 3 months, and the matter on the Wind King planet should have come to an end by now. They had lost so many experts, and they had personally witnessed the revival of the demon race. Who knew what the outside world would be arguing about? Yi Qianqian nodded. This was indeed the case. They also wanted to know, but the heart of the blood realm was in the hands of Yi Shiwen. Without Yi Shiwen, they couldn't go out at all. By the way, the demon claw that stretched in before was directly cut off by the world gate. "Do you want to go and see?" asked Yi Qianqian. "Okay." Yi Shiwen didn't hesitate immediately and followed Yi Qianqian out. On a plain not far away, a huge demon claw that was tens of meters long was lying quietly on the plain, slowly exuding demon aura. It was trying to transform the blood realm into the demon realm. Just looking at this demon claw, one could imagine how terrifying the Abyss Demon Lord was. It was just that he suffered a loss in the hands of Yi Shiwen, and it was a big loss. Thinking about it, he was about to explode. At this time, Yi Shukong, Wu Pingjiu, Hui, and the others were guarding this demon claw. Because this demon claw was bleeding, it attracted many blood fiends in the blood realm. Among them, there were even some existences at the 9th level of the law manifestation realm. At this time, all of them were attracted, but they were completely expelled by the 3. Seeing that Yi Shiwen was fine, the 3 of them couldn't help but reveal a pleasantly surprised expression. They had to rely on Yi Shiwen to leave this place. If it wasn't for Yi Shiwen, then wouldn't they be locked up in this place forever? Now that they saw that Yi Shiwen was fine, they breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Shiwen didn't hesitate and directly put the Devil's Claw into Tianyuan Mirror. This Devil's Claw was also a rare, heavenly material and earthly treasure. Moreover, it was very precious and could be directly refined into a magic weapon. Let's go out." Yi Shiwen didn't say much about this blood realm. Yi Shukong and the others didn't ask much either. Everyone had their own secrets, and it was impossible to reveal all of them. This time, they were able to escape this disaster without a doubt. It was all thanks to Yi Shiwen. Although the blood world was a little mysterious, they didn't ask too much about it. At this time, the outside world was also completely in chaos because of this time's matter with the Wind King planet. Chapter 1393. During the 3 months that Yi Shiwen was in a coma, the ancient Baron's continent had been in chaos because of this matter. When Yi Shiwen came out, he found out that the trip to the Wind King planet had caused all the major forces to suffer heavy losses. Among the thousands of elite geniuses, not even half of them survived. Although it seemed like only half of them were lost, and there were only a few hundred of them. These few hundred of them were the elites among the elites of the younger generation of the major forces. Especially at the end, when the Abyss Devil King went berserk and slaughtered wantonly, the loss of these younger generation experts was caused by the Abyss Devil King's berserk behavior. When this news spread to the outside world, it unsurprisingly caused an uproar. Every one of these young experts was a treasure. God knows how many resources were spent to nurture them. Now, more than half of them had died in one go. When the major forces received this news, they were so distressed that they twitched. How many resources and experiences were needed to nurture these experts? Now, all of them were lost in one go. Such a huge loss made people's teeth ache. Because of this matter, the 100 Knowing Sheng was also under a lot of pressure. A group of forces that didn't know where to vent their anger vented their anger on the 100 Knowing Sheng. If the 100 Knowing Sheng didn't make this list, how could things end up like this? Facing this pressure, the 100 Knowing Sheng was very tough. No one wanted the sudden appearance of the demon race, and no one could avoid it. Therefore, they would continue to publish the Hidden Dragon List, Soaring Dragon List, and Fengyan List. This was the foundation of the 100 Knowing Sheng, and it was also the reason why they could stand out among the various forces. How could they give up on it? Facing the illusory 100 Knowing Sheng, who didn't even know where his base was, although the major forces were furious, they couldn't do anything to him. Some people guessed that the 100 Knowing Sheng's base was in the depths of the starry sky, in a place that no one knew, because in the current ancient barrens, it was impossible for such a huge, unknown force to exist. It could only be in another subspace, or in the depths of the starry sky. Only then would it be possible. Moreover, just like what the 100 Knowing Sheng said, the appearance of the demon race was completely unexpected. No one knew that the demon race would suddenly appear, and such a huge war would break out. Moreover, if it weren't for Bai Xiaoxing's experts' protection, the number of casualties would have been far more than this number. This matter had completely awakened all the major forces. There was actually such a huge force of the demon race. Most importantly, they actually didn't know about it. If it wasn't for this coincidental encounter, they probably wouldn't know that the demon race had actually organized such a huge force unknowingly. If they couldn't figure it out in advance, it was very likely that these devils would give them a ruthless blow at a critical moment in the future. At that time, it wouldn't be these young experts who would suffer heavy casualties. Facing the devil race, this terrifying opponent, no matter how careful everyone was, it was never too much. Although the Demon Plains invasion had happened a long time ago, the destruction caused by the invasion was still fresh in everyone's minds. The ancient records of the various great forces had records of the invasion. Thus, no one dared to look down on the Demon Plain. Not to mention, there were so many Demon Plain cultivators there. There were even some at the peak of the sky, a human stage, amongst them. This matter had directly alarmed the higher-ups of the various great forces. To them, the demon race could exist on the ancient Barrens continent, but it had to be within a controllable range. It was just like rearing venomous insects. If it exceeded the controllable range, it would be completely annihilated. Thus, almost immediately, the various great forces send out a large number of experts to investigate the matter of this demon plain cultivator. They had to investigate this matter thoroughly. Regarding this matter, Bai Xiaosheng, who felt that he had been tricked, finally exerted his strength. He wanted to take revenge on the demon race, and he had also provided a lot of information. With Bai Xiaoxing's hidden information network, he quickly found out the location of this wave of demon plain cultivators. It was also on a planet in the depths of the starry sky. On the ancient Barrens continent, the 4 major clans occupied almost all the space and had cleanly divided their territory. However, in the depths of the starry sky, there were many places that weren't under their jurisdiction, and there were places where forces could move freely. Apart from the demon race, the matter regarding the yin-yang life and death illustration had also become the focus of the various great forces. No one had expected that the yin-yang life and death illustration would actually be sealed on the Wind King planet. If they knew about it earlier, the Wind King planet would have been turned upside down long ago. Regarding the yin-yang life and death illustration, they were very clear about what it meant. There was once a demon god who held the yin-yang life and death illustration, and he was invincible. In other words, it might be a divine tool. Any force that obtained it would undoubtedly have a huge increase in their strength. More than half of it was obtained by the Abyss Demon Master, while the other half was obtained by Yi Shiwen with their own eyes. And Yi Shiwen had obviously become the target of public criticism. Many people came to him aggressively, demanding for Yi Shiwen to take responsibility. If Yi Shiwen hadn't taken away the yin-yang life and death illustration, the Abyss Demon Master wouldn't have suddenly gone crazy, and their disciples wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. Yi Shiwen had to take responsibility for this. Among them, the Wang family was even more furious. The experts of the younger generation of the Wang family had all died at the hands of the Yi family, and the only celestial realm expert among them, Wang Zhenyu, had even died at Yi Shiwen's hands. How could this not make them furious? Practically the instant they received this news, they had already gone to the Yi family, demanding for an explanation. With the Wang family taking the lead, many forces had also sent out experts demanding for an explanation from the Yi family. The situation had begun to change, and Yi Shiwen had undoubtedly become the target of public criticism, the focus of everyone's attention. But because Yi Shiwen hadn't returned, although these forces were aggressive, they were still relatively quiet. But with the return of Yi Shiwen's group, these people were immediately seething, demanding for an explanation from the Yi family. And at this time, the Yi family also called for a meeting because of this matter. Apart from the Yi family patriarch, Yi Tianqiong, there are also many elders and some old antiques who are about to pass away, living fossils. Only the top figures of the Yi family could participate, for no other reason than that this matter had attracted many forces to join forces to cause trouble. For the Yi family, this was also a rather troublesome matter, and they couldn't turn a blind eye to it. In another secret plane of the Yi family, a throne rose from the ground, and those who could sit on it without exception were the top experts of the Yi family. Any one of them was a terrifying existence that could be called a celestial realm expert. The Yi family patriarch Yi Tianqiong sat on the highest throne and looked down at everyone, saying, "This time, Yi Shiwen obtained the yin-yang diagram of life and death in the Wind King planet." This was the privilege of the Yi family patriarch. It was supreme, and in the Yi family, no one could be above the patriarch. Well, we also heard, how can we not know? The representatives of those forces have to repeat it almost every day, as if they're afraid that we don't know. At this time, an elder said, inevitably a disdainful sneer at the corner of his mouth, "This Yi Shiwen is indeed audacious enough." The Wang clan was completely annihilated this time. To a large extent, it was because of Yi Shiwen. His ruthlessness is not something that an ordinary person can do. At this time, another celestial realm elder said, "No wonder the Wang family is so furious this time." "I don't like what you're saying. What do you mean by no wonder the Wang family is so furious?" This time, it's very obvious that the Wang family is in the wrong. If they hadn't attacked our Yi family first, would things have turned out like this? At this time, Yi Jintian, who was sitting on the throne, said with dissatisfaction. Yi Shiwen was his last disciple, and at this time he naturally had to support his last disciple. Could it be that the disciples of the Wang family are so precious, and the disciples of the Yi family are all grass? Can they die at will? I think this time Yi Shiwen and the others did a good job, ruthlessly killing their prestige. Although we are in the right, is the Wang clan a reasonable person? This time they suffered such a big loss, and even Wang Zhenyu, who they had high hopes for, died tragically in the hands of Yi Shiwen. If I were them, I'm afraid I wouldn't let it go so easily. At this time, a gloomy voice came over. It was none other than Yi Xing's father, Yi Qian. The hatred between Yi Qian and Yi Shiwen could be said to be as deep as the sea of blood. This hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. He had painstakingly cultivated his successor, but in the end, he died in the hands of Yi Shiwen. However, he had no way to take revenge because he had no evidence, so he could only watch his enemy get away with it. The resentment in his heart could be imagined. Now that there was finally a chance to take revenge, how could he let go of such a good opportunity? What do you mean by if you were them? You are a member of the Yi family. Do you need to care about what they think? Yi Jintian sneered disdainfully and said, if it weren't for Yi Shiwen, Yi Qianchan, and the others who turned the tide this time, at this time, it would not be the Wang family who would fly into a rage, but our Yi family. I would rather let the Wang family bleed than let us be killed because of fear. Otherwise, who would dare to work for the Yi family in the future? At this time, many elders also nodded one after another. This reason was right. Although the anger of the Wang family was not easy to deal with, they could not say that they did not want to deal with the anger of the Wang family and let the Yi family kill at will. Otherwise, where would the dignity of the Yi family be? Moreover, the number of Yi family experts killed by the Wang family was not small. Why did they come to investigate at this time? Chapter 1394. On the Wind King planet, life and death were determined by fate, and wealth and honor were determined by the heavens. The major powers had a tacit understanding on such matters. If it wasn't for this, just based on this reason alone, they would have already started fighting hundreds of times. Moreover, it was the Wang family who came to the Wind King star first. Many people could prove that the Yi family had no reason to retreat. If this matter did not involve many powerful forces, if it was only the Wang family who came to the Wind King star clan aggressively, the Yi family would definitely close the door and let the dogs go. They would know why the flowers were so red. That's right. I agree with Yi Jintian. Yi Shiwen did not do anything wrong. On the contrary, he has done meritorious deeds. We must show our appreciation to those who have done meritorious deeds. Yes, yes. At this time, most of the elders were inclined to Yi Jintian's view. A few of the more radical ones had already shouted to give Yi Shiwen a reward. How could this be considered a mistake? He had saved all the masters of the Yi family. This was definitely a meritorious deed. On the side, Yi Qian was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Not only did he fail to bring Yi Shiwen down, but he also had to be rewarded. This kind of feeling made his chest heave up. He felt like he was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was as depressed as he could be. Since everyone has made a decision on this matter, let's do it this way. This time, Yi Shiwen has saved so many geniuses of the Yi family. We will be fair to those who have done meritorious deeds. At this time, the master of the Yi family said, and everyone should be very clear that the Wang family also has ulterior motives. Yi Tianqiong said, faintly, they also came for the yin-yang life and death diagram. Compared to the yin-yang life and death diagram, the death of these geniuses of the Wang family is nothing. Everyone nodded. They also knew very well that the Wang family and the other forces had ulterior motives. They were simply here for the yin-yang diagram of life and death. As for the casualties and the like, it was simply a joke. I think we should make Yi Shiwen hand over the yin-yang life and death diagram. Only by handing it over to us can we truly avoid the problem. Yi Qian said again, no, I don't think this is appropriate. Everyone knows the rules of the Yi family. Who doesn't have a secret? Who doesn't have a fortuitous encounter? If we hand them over like this, everyone will be anxious. This is not in line with the long-term strategy. As soon as Yi Qian opened his mouth, Yi Jintian immediately retorted, causing Yi Qian to glare at Yi Jintian angrily. However, Yi Jintian didn't care at all. Moreover, Yi Shiwen has only been cultivating for such a short period of time, yet he already has such a cultivation and skill. If you ask such a person to hand over the yin-yang life and death diagram, wouldn't that force him out of our Yi family? Do you think this is appropriate? I think you've gone senile. Everyone nodded one after another. They couldn't wait to treasure such a genius. How could they drive Yi Shiwen out of their Yi family? This was simply illogical and not harmonious at all. Who didn't have a secret? Who didn't have a fortuitous encounter? Even in their lifetime, there were many secrets and fortuitous encounters. If the ancestors insisted that they hand over the yin-yang life and death diagram, perhaps they would have already rebelled against the Yi family. This proves that he is simply a traitor. We should get rid of such a person as soon as possible. Yi Qian suddenly said in a sinister manner, I think you simply can't distinguish right from wrong. Yi Zhentian suddenly became furious and opened his mouth to criticize. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You're still thinking about that useless son of yours. Humph, let me tell you, even if your useless son doesn't die, I will still catch him. Not only does he not love his fellow disciples, he even resorts to underhanded means several times. Our Yi family can't afford to accept such a person. Yi Qian was dumbfounded and speechless. He was very clear about his son's character. This kind of matter simply couldn't stand up to an investigation. If this matter was really found out, let alone Yixing, even he, the father, would be implicated. And it just so happened that Yi Zhentian was in charge of the law enforcement hall. This was one of the two major intelligence agencies of the Yi family. If they really wanted to investigate, Yixing would certainly not stand up to it. What I mean is very simple. Yi Shiwen has made a great contribution to the Yi family. He should be rewarded and shouldn't be blamed. Let's not talk about whether this matter is right or wrong. There is a saying that the victor doesn't need to be blamed. I think everyone should be very clear about this. Yi Zhentian said bluntly. As for the matter of the yin-yang life and death diagram, Yi Shiwen only obtained one of the map fragments. Isn't there another one? If they really want it, then go and take it. If they have the ability, then go and find trouble with the Abyss Devil Lord. Don't think that our Yi family is a soft persimmon that can be bullied at will. Yi Zhentian's words resonated with many people of the Yi family. Yes, their Yi family had already fallen to such a point, even the children of their Yi family couldn't protect one of them. If this was really the case, then what was the need and purpose of their existence? But don't forget that now all the major forces have come forward to put pressure on us. The pressure on our side is also very great. Moreover, that Yi Shiwen is also a troublemaker. It has only been a few years since he returned to the Yi family, but he has already caused so many troubles. Each one is bigger than the previous one. For our Yi family, I think such a person is a scourge and should be dealt with as soon as possible. Not everyone agreed with Yi Zhentian. In fact, there was a considerable number of people who didn't agree with Yi Zhentian at all. On the contrary, they felt that his remarks were too extreme. I think this is just jealousy. As the saying goes, those who don't provoke jealousy are mediocre. This just proves Yi Shiwen's talent. At this time, Yi Zhentian was like a hen protecting its chicks. These are not the main points. The main point is the yin-yang life and death diagram. Yi Shiwen has enjoyed so many benefits from our Yi family. So, it is not too much to hand over the yin-yang life and death diagram. At this time, Yi Qian continued. Yi Qian, what kind of nonsense is this? You have also received a lot of benefits from our Yi family. Why don't you contribute your fortuitous encounters to us? Yi Zhentian disdainfully retorted and said with a sneer. Yi Qian's complexion suddenly turned red. However, there was nothing he could do. Who asked his son to be so disappointing? It was precisely because of Yi Xing's disappointment that he couldn't say anything even if he wanted to. Many people were drooling over the yin-yang life and death diagram. Not only the masters of other forces, but also many people in the Yi family were also drooling over this matter. There were many people present at the scene, and Yi Qian was definitely not the only one. However, They were very worried about Yi Jintian's Tindu. Everyone knew that Yi Jintian controlled the law enforcement hall. He was impartial and incorruptible. If they wanted to make a move on Yi Shiwen, they would definitely have to go through Yi Jintian. Otherwise, there was no other way. However, more people agreed with Yi Jintian's statement. Although many people knew that the yin-yang life and death diagram was very important, it was just a fragment of the diagram. Moreover, it was only a fragment of the diagram. Moreover, they would challenge the rules that the Yi family had established for many years just for this yin-yang life and death diagram. It would definitely cause panic and dissension. What did the Yi family rely on to stand tall in the ancient barons' continent for so many years? Geniuses? Masters? No, the Real Foundation was order. An order that could be universally accepted and understood was the root of everything. Without such an order, how could they recruit geniuses and masters? If it was just for the yin-yang life and death diagram, it was not worth it. No matter how important that thing was, it was definitely not as important as the Yi family's foundation. In fact, if it wasn't because the yin-yang life and death diagram was too important, this kind of thing wouldn't even be qualified to be discussed in the Yi family's meeting. The real reason why they valued the yin-yang diagram of life and death was because it was the same as the primordial spirit of the demon. For everyone, it was very difficult to see through life and death. For thousands of years, it was unknown how many heroes were stuck at this stage, but they died of old age at this stage. It could be said that heroes were past their prime. If they had the yin-yang life and death diagram, it would undoubtedly be very useful for comprehending life and death. This was also a very important matter. However, it was just a fragment of the diagram after all. Its value was greatly reduced. Those people outside could rob it shamelessly, but they couldn't. After all, Yi Shiwen was also a disciple of the Yi family. If this matter was spread out, how could they continue to face the world? Regarding this matter, as Yi Jintian said, we don't need to challenge the Yi family's foundation just for this yin-yang life and death diagram. This is absolutely unacceptable, said the Yi family's patriarch, Yi Tianqiong. As the Yi family's patriarch, he couldn't accept this kind of thing the most. Destroying the Yi family's foundation was his great enemy. Even the patriarch had already said so. Among the crowd, although there were still some people who were quite dissatisfied, there was nothing they could do. Yi Tianqiong's words were tantamount to settling this matter. They couldn't challenge the patriarch's authority because the patriarch represented the Yi family's authority. Challenging the patriarch was equivalent to challenging the Yi family. They were also part of the Yi family and also part of a high position in power. Only Yi Qian was still very unwilling. He said, "Then what about the representatives of the other forces? We can't just ignore them." Yes, this is also a problem. Yi Jintian, isn't the Eastern Sea region at war with the Southern Sea region now? Do you hope that we can send experts to support them? Since Yi Shiwen was able to kill Wang Zhenyu, it means that he definitely already possesses the battle prowess of the Heaven Realm. Then let's send him. With his strength, there's definitely nothing to say about the Eastern Sea region. This way we can hone Yi Shiwen, and at the same time we can let him avoid the limelight. How about it? Chapter 1395. Clan Master is thoughtful. I have no objection. Yi Jintian said with a smile. Now that things had come to this arrangement was undoubtedly the best. Under this kind of internal and external pressure, it was good enough that he did not suffer losses. Even if these things were originally supposed to be obtained by Yi Shiwen, but it was like this in this combination. Nothing was taken for granted. This was the only thing he could do for Yi Shiwen. Although he would eventually be sent to fight in the Endless Sea region, but the clan lord had already thought about him and tried his best to cover for him. So, he naturally couldn't be so ungrateful. Moreover, reading thousands of books was not as good as traveling thousands of miles. With more experience, he would naturally be able to improve. Just like this trip to the Wind King Star, he broke into the early stage of half-step celestial realm in one fell swoop. This was enough to surprise people. Seeing that the patriarch had settled the matter just like that, Yi Qian gritted his teeth in anger. However, there was nothing he could do. In the Yi family, the authority of the patriarch was supreme, and no one was allowed to cross the line. However, he suddenly thought that if Yi Shiwen wanted to go to the endless sea to fight, then they would have a chance. Thinking of this, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. I'll let you be proud for a while. And this secret meeting, which no one knew about, finally came to an end without anyone knowing. Not long after Yi Shiwen returned to the mortal secret realm, Yi Jintian came to the door in person. Greetings, master. Yi Shiwen saw that Yi Jintian actually came in person and quickly said, even in the past few years, there were not many opportunities for Yi Jintian to come in person, because after all, he was the hall master of the law enforcement hall, and he was busy. Although he was Yi Shiwen's master, most of the cultivation was guided by Elder Yi. No need to be so polite. I heard that you were seriously injured before. Is your body better now? Yi Jintian asked with concern. It's okay, and I have almost recovered. Yi Shiwen said quickly. On the side, Elder Yi could not help but tease. Hall Master, you can rest assured that this kid has his own healing technique. As long as he doesn't die on the spot, he will soon recover. Then I'm relieved. It's just that you. Yi Jintian also saw the faintly discernible power of life and power of death alternating on Yi Shiwen's body. He immediately opened his magic eyes and saw that the map fragment inside Yi Shiwen's body was constantly tearing apart his body and was in the process of recovering. Those who don't know might think that you have taken advantage of it. Now it seems that you have suffered a lot because of this yin-yang life and death diagram. Yi Jintian shook his head and said, Master's insight is like a torch. Indeed, this is only a fragment of the yin-yang diagram of life and death, so the yin and yang forces of life and death are not balanced at all. Right now, I'm in a painful process. If this continues, my body will not be able to endure it and collapse on the spot. Yi Shiwen said. This was definitely not an alarmist, because the power of death was constantly consuming his life potential, and the power of life was stimulating his life potential to recover. This process was actually the same as the process of continuous healing of Phoenix regeneration technique. But the speed of consumption was too fast. Every other day, a large amount of his life force was consumed. If this continued, it would not take long for him to die of old age because of the consumption of his life force. This is a problem. I can see that you are now forcibly suppressing the yin-yang life and death diagram, but this is not a long-term solution. You must find a way to completely seal it. Yi Jintian said. Wait for a moment. I will ask the elder ancestor to directly seal the yin-yang life and death diagram so that it will no longer affect your cultivation. You mean the word seal? At this time, Elder Yi said, Our Yi family has also collected some ancient characters condensed by ancient powers. Although it is only a pseudo-Dao character, its power is not bad. If we can really ask for the word seal for you, then it may not be enough to seal the entire yin-yang life and death diagram. But if it is only a remnant of yin-yang life and death diagram, it is more than enough. Yi Shiwen suddenly understood because there were two ancient characters in his body. Although they were pseudo-Dao characters, their power was not bad. They also contained many martial arts principles, and he could continue to comprehend them. The word seal must be similar to the word fighting. It was just that he did not expect that the Yi family even had such ancient characters. Their background was really not ordinary. Yes, it is that word seal. Yi Jintian said, the origin of this yin-yang life and death diagram is not small, so ordinary seals are simply useless. They simply cannot resist the alternating erosion of the power of life and death. Even if it is that word seal, I am not very sure that it will have an effect and can be sustained. After all, it is not a real Dao character. If it is a real Dao character, then it can even be suppressed by a divine tool. However, a real Dao character, even if it is only a word, is in existence more precious than a divine tool. In the current situation, we can only suppress it for as long as we can. Yi Jintian continued, "This may not be a bad thing for you. You may not be able to feel the yin-yang life and death power in this yin-yang life and death diagram now, but when you really stand on the critical point of life and death, you will understand why so many people want to compete for this yin-yang life and death diagram. Not to mention its terrible power. Just the fact that it can comprehend life and death is enough to make countless people crazy. Master, I am afraid that this matter is also making things difficult for you." Yi Shiwen said with a somewhat bitter smile, "What is there to be difficult about? This is what you deserve. These people actually want to deprive you of it. They have to ask me whether I agree or not. The one who is really difficult is not me. I only care about being tough. Everyone says that I am a stone in the latrine pit, smelly and hard. I don't need to consider those things that are difficult for you. The one who is really difficult is the family head," Yi Jintian said. "Those pressures and whatnot are all withstanding by the family head. The decision of the family has also been made. It is your credit, and it will not be without you. It is impossible for those people outside to threaten our Yi family. However, in order to reduce the pressure on the family head, it is better for you to go out and lie low. As long as they can't find you, then it is impossible for them to cause trouble," Yi Jintian said. Yi Shiwen thought for a moment and immediately nodded in agreement. It was already very difficult for him to feel grateful that the Yi family could do this for him. After all, at this time it was not only the Wang family who had come aggressively. There were also many big and small forces. These people spoke in an orderly manner. "Because of you, their disciple was killed by the devil. Shouldn't you take responsibility?" Yi Shiwen had always scoffed at this kind of argument. He was not the one who killed the disciple. If they had the ability, they could look for the Abyss Devil Lord. It was simply impossible to make him take responsibility for this matter. It is enough for the family to go this far. "But where should I go to lie low now?" Yi Shiwen asked. "It is like this I have discussed with the family head. We plan to let you go to the Eastern Sea region and represent our Yi family to assist the Eastern Sea region," Yi Jintian said. "Assist the Eastern Sea region? What's wrong with the Eastern Sea region?" Yi Shiwen quickly asked. Yi Shiwen had already found out when he was in the Endless Sea region. Among the 4 big sea regions, only the Eastern Sea region was controlled by the experts of the human race. The other 3 were all under the control of the sea race forces. Now the Eastern Sea region and the Southern Sea region are fighting. It seems to be related to a newly discovered spirit crystal vein at the bottom of the sea. I'm afraid there are tens of trillions of spirit crystals in it," Yi Jintian said. "However, it can't be considered as an all-out war. In the current environment, even a local war is already the limit. Tens of trillions of spirit crystals." Yi Shiwen couldn't help but feel a little dizzy, even though he was used to being extravagant. After all, this mineral vein would bring him an astronomical amount of wealth if he could mine it. It was no wonder that such a war had broken out between the 2 sea domains. This is very normal in the sea region. The Endless Sea region is not like the continent. In particular, the Eastern Sea region and the Southern Sea region belong to 2 big clans. So it is very easy for conflicts to start a fire, Yi Jintian said. In fact, the Eastern Sea region itself is supported by many forces of the human race. Otherwise, it would not be able to have a foothold in the Endless Sea region. Moreover, it has even become one of the super sea regions. Yi Shiwen nodded. He had already guessed this. If it wasn't like this, it really wouldn't make sense for the sea race to allow the existence of the Eastern Sea region to exist. Now, the Eastern Sea region is asking for help from all sides of the human race. They hope that we can send some experts to help. All the major forces of the human race will send people there. Our Yi family is no exception. With your current strength, I'm afraid that you are comparable to the first level of the heaven realm. Even if you don't make a big contribution, at least you will be able to protect yourself. This is enough. This is to let you lie low. after a year and a half. When this period of limelight has passed, you can come back. Yi Jintian said. Yi Shiwen suddenly understood. So it was like this. However, he had to admit that Yi Jintian had considered everything thoroughly. Basically, he had considered all aspects for him. Since things had come to this, he had no other way. I'll listen to Master's decision. Yi Shiwen said with a grin. Just don't know when we will set off. It will take a few more months. This matter is not urgent. I don't know how long the war between the two big sea regions will last. There is no need to rush to set off. Wait for me to get the word seal for you and seal your yin-yang life and death diagram. Yi Jintian looked at Yi Shiwen and said, Chapter 1396. The existence of the yin-yang life and death diagram was like a time bomb to Yi Shiwen. He didn't know when it would explode. There might be benefits in the future, but it couldn't be seen in a short period of time. Each of these ancient characters was condensed from the lifetime of martial arts experience and understanding of a mighty figure. They contained great power. Although they were called pseudo-Dao characters, in reality, how many people had actually seen real Dao characters? They were characters that could only be automatically produced by the world under extreme circumstances. For most people, these were the real Dao characters. Even for a colossus like the Yi clan, there wouldn't be too many Dao characters sealed in the Yi clan. If this wasn't the case, Yi Qiong and Tung Tong Tian wouldn't have fought to the death for the fight character. They fought until the treasury was about to close before they finally came out. If they were not careful, they might be locked in there forever. There was a seal character in the Yi clan's collection. In terms of seals, there was nothing more powerful than this seal character. Although Yi Shiwen usually used the martial character and the fighting character to suppress the demon seed and the yin-yang life and death diagram, the effect was not too ideal. It could be said that it was twice the effort for half the result. Yi Jintian had to pay a lot of effort and a lot of price to obtain this seal character from Yi Shiwen. So, Yi Shiwen was very grateful in his heart. Although Yi Jintian rarely came to guide his practice, but he could always ask Yi Shiwen if there were any problems. Moreover, Yi Jintian took good care of Yi Shiwen in all aspects. There were still a few months before he would set off for the Eastern Sea region. These few months were definitely not a time that he could afford to waste. He still needed to gather information about the war between the Eastern Sea region and the Southern Sea region. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will emerge victorious in every battle. If he were to plunge headlong into the war without knowing anything, and moreover it would be a clash between two big sea regions, it would be tantamount to courting death for him. As time passed, Yi Shiwen collected more and more information. He was the disciple of the law enforcement hall master. In other words, he was the young hall master of the law enforcement hall. It wasn't a problem for him to access some information about the law enforcement hall. Moreover, it was related to his trip to the Eastern Sea region this time. Yi Jintian also rented a room for him. More and more information began to be gathered to his side, allowing Yi Shiwen to sort out his thoughts. Although the clash this time was said to be a clash between the Eastern Sea region and the Southern Sea region, it should actually be said that it was only a clash between three forces from the two great sea regions. This mine, which was worth tens of trillions of spirit crystals, was discovered at the intersection of three major forces, namely the sea race's Cold Whale clan, the Mountain Sea Pavilion, and the human race's Heavenly Rain Palace. Within the Eastern Sea region and the Southern Sea region, these three great factions could be considered as powerful factions. They were one of the pillars that formed the two great sea regions. The clash this time was a competition between the three forces. Originally, the three forces were evenly matched. However, with the recent alliance of the Cold Whale clan and the Mountain Sea Pavilion, the Heavenly Rain Palace began to be defeated. The three forces were at most evenly matched. However, now that the Cold Whale clan and the Mountain Sea Pavilion had joined forces, the Heavenly Rain Palace was no longer a match for them. According to the information received, The Frost Whale clan and the Mountain Sea Pavilion seemed to intend to join hands to drive out the Heavenly Rain Palace first, and then finally decide the winner and loser. They might even join hands to divide the spirit crystals among themselves to see who would be able to seize the spirit crystal mine, which was worth billions of spirit crystals. After all, they were both from the sea race. They were much closer to the Heavenly Rain Palace than to the human race. In the face of such a situation, the Heavenly Rain Palace had no choice but to ask for help from the Eastern Sea region. With the intervention of other forces in the Eastern Sea region, the sea race of the Southern Sea region could not sit still when they saw the scene. They immediately joined the battle. From the initial local conflict, there were signs of it evolving into a full-scale conflict between the two sea regions. At this time, the Eastern Sea region could only ask for help from the various major forces of the human race. Under such circumstances, although the major forces of the human race could not fully intervene, after all, a full-scale war with the sea race for tens of trillions of spirit crystals was simply a fantasy. They could not just stand by and watch. Therefore, each force might send some experts to support. These people should not be underestimated. There were so many forces in the human race. If each force sent some experts, it would be a huge group of experts. Moreover, all of them were outstanding and elites. The appearance of these people on the battlefield could undoubtedly change the situation of the battle. The reason why Yi Jintian asked Yi Shiwen to go to the Eastern Sea region was not only to lie low, but also to train him. Time passed day by day as Yi Shiwen collected information. Another month had passed, and Yi Jintian once again arrived at the number 1 secret territory. "You got the seal?" At this time, Elder Yi, who was giving a lecture, suddenly opened his eyes and said to the sky, "I really can't hide anything from you." Yi Jintian's hearty laughter came from the sky. Yi Jintian's figure quickly appeared in the sky. At this time, Yi Shiwen's whole body was soaked in the 8 treasures, heaven and earth cauldron, enduring the boiling of medicinal herbs. In this short period of 1 month, a considerable part of his vitality had been consumed. Although it could not be seen on the surface, one could still feel the weakening of his vitality as long as they carefully felt it. Even if he swallowed those medicinal herbs to restore his life, it could not keep up with the damage caused by the power of death and power of life in his body. It could be seen how terrifying this yin-yang life and death diagram was. If Yi Jintian had not said that he would get the seal for him, he might have tried his best to get this yin-yang life and death diagram out. Yi Shiwen was just about to get up, but he was stopped by Yi Jintian, who said, "Don't move, just stay inside. I've already asked for the word seal for you, but it can only seal him temporarily. This isn't the real solution." Yi Jintian said with a dignified look, "The best way is to snatch the other half of the yin-yang life and death diagram from the hands of the Abyss Devil Lord. In that case, with the complete yin-yang life and death diagram, you'll even have the opportunity to break through life and death and enter the path of immortality. The other way is to comprehend the power of life and death as soon as possible and reach the stage of mutual restraint. In this case, you will be able to draw out the power of death in your body and achieve a balance with the power of life. In this case, not only will your cultivation have a huge improvement, but you will also be able to use the power of life and death to subdue the enemy. For you, this is undoubtedly one more trump card to subdue the enemy." Yi Shiwen listened and couldn't help but smile bitterly. These 2 methods seemed to be effective, but in fact, they were just flowers in a mirror and the moon in the water. The Abyss Devil Lord was an existence of society. From the situation he had obtained, he was at least at the level of the Yi clan's patriarch. With his cultivation, he didn't know how many years it would take to reach that level. Moreover, snatching the thing from the hands of the Abyss Devil Lord was something that Yi Shiwen absolutely wouldn't think about, because it was no different from courting death. And there was no need to mention the other one. The power of life and death could almost be said to be one of the most difficult paths to understand. Life and death were eternal topics of the Great Way, and existed for as long as time and space. If it was so easy to comprehend, the Devil Lord wouldn't have been unable to comprehend it for countless years, and could only rely on the yin-yang life and death diagram to protect the last bit of his spirit from destruction. Could a person who could cultivate to that level be an idiot? Naturally not. On the contrary, a person who had accumulated great luck and great wisdom would still be annihilated in a puff of smoke, no matter where he was today. Neither of these two paths was feasible for him, or it could be said that there was no way to achieve it in a short period of time. Yi Jintian didn't say much, and directly spread out his big hand. A seal, character, immediately appeared in the sky. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen only felt that the whole world was faintly sealed. He almost felt that countless forces in his body were faintly suppressed, and even his divinity was no exception. Almost in an instant, the divinity in his body almost reacted automatically and wanted to resist, but was quickly suppressed by Yi Shiwen. Immediately after, Yi Jintian directly inserted the seal, character, into Yi Shiwen's body on the spot. Ah! Yi Shiwen directly let out a low roar. This seal, character, integrated into his body bit by bit, almost as if it was going to tear his whole body apart, and then stuff something into it. This seal character, as soon as it entered, seemed to suppress everything in Yi Shiwen's body. The demon seed, the martial character, the fighting character, the Mingxin ancient tree, and the mysterious space all seemed to be rebelling all of a sudden. All of them surged up, and all of a sudden it almost shook the sky. Yi Jintian looked at Yi Shiwen. Although he couldn't see the situation in Yi Shiwen's body clearly, he could more or less see some of it. Something that could compete with the martial arts experience condensed by a powerful figure like the seal character would not be an ordinary thing. And in Yi Shiwen's body, there were so many of them. Yi Shiwen's fortuitous encounters were much more than he had imagined. But at this time he couldn't care so much and focused all his attention on sealing the seal character into Yi Shiwen's body. Bit by bit, he didn't dare to relax even a little. This was not an ordinary thing. If there was the slightest mistake, it might cause Yi Shiwen's body to explode on the spot. Time, minutes, and seconds passed. After an unknown period of time, this seal character was finally completely integrated into Yi Shiwen's body. Although it was only a preliminary integration, Yi Shiwen could already feel that the power of life and death had been suppressed a lot. At least, it was no longer frantically tearing his body and using his body as a battlefield, but instead turned to fight against this seal character. This made him heave a sigh of relief. Chapter 1397. However, what made him a little depressed was that this seal character had faintly suppressed all kinds of things in his body. Whether it was the divine spirit, ancient scripture, the mysterious space, the enlightening mind, ancient tree, or the other two ancient characters, all of them had faint signs of being suppressed, especially the two ancient characters, which were originally just rubbed, mainly the essence of martial arts in it. At this time, it actually showed signs of being completely suppressed. These were the fundamental reasons why Yi Shiwen was above everyone else. Now they were actually suppressed. If this continued, he might not even be able to exert 10% of his strength. This was simply not worth it. You haven't completely mastered this seal yet, so it may suppress your strength as well. However, you still have enough time to refine the seal. Although you can't make this seal your own for the time being, it's still possible for you to keep this seal without affecting your normal life. Yi Jintian said. Yi Shiwen nodded. This was the only way now. This yin-yang life and death diagram was more or less like a disaster. Not long after delivering the word seal, Yi Jintian quickly left again. He was the hall master of the law enforcement hall. Every day, he had a lot of things to do. Even if he came to the number 1 secret territory, he still needed to take time to deal with it. And then Yi Shiwen spent the next time constantly refining the word seal. As this word was constantly refined by Yi Shiwen's strength also slowly recovered to the peak state. with this word seal suppressing the yin-yang life and death diagram in Yi Shiwen's body. Yi Shiwen could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yi Shiwen was pleasantly surprised to find that this seal character could even suppress this devil seed. Although it couldn't stop the growth of the devil seed, it could suppress the growth of the devil seed to an acceptable level. This was definitely a pleasant surprise for Yi Shiwen. This strengthened Yi Shiwen's idea. If he could completely refine this word, it could definitely make his strength to the next level. And a few months passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Shiwen just constantly refined the word seal and listened to Elder Ye's explanation. For a contemporary martial arts master like Elder Yi, just a few short months of explanation for Yi Shiwen had unimaginable benefits. Yi Shiwen's understanding of martial arts had deepened by a level. Although these improvements couldn't be seen on the surface, they would definitely play a crucial role in Yi Shiwen's future cultivation. During the few months that he was resting, the entire ancient Baron's continent wasn't peaceful. Instead, it was like boiling water that was boiling and boiling. First, the major forces joined forces to threaten the Yi family. Although their excuses were high-sounding, everyone knew very well that it was for the existence of the yin-yang life and death diagram. This was also the only reason that they came. However, the Yi clan didn't compromise in the face of the joint coercion of the major forces. Instead, they fought back in a very tough manner. The Wang clan had indeed died in the hands of the Yi clan, so there was no other excuse. However, how could the disciples of the other major forces be blamed on Yi Shiwen? They had been beheaded by the Abyss Devil Lord. So they should seek revenge from the Abyss Devil Lord if they had the ability. The war of words between the Yi family and the major forces never ended. However, no one was able to convince the other party. This matter actually became a case without a lead, and there was no way to pursue it. After all, for both sides, this was the best they could do, because no one could retreat. This was related to the young masters of their respective forces, so they couldn't afford to retreat. However, it was impossible for them to start a war just because of these few people. They were all tyrant forces with terrifying strength. Once they started a war, it would lead to the destruction of the world. Such an outcome was absolutely unacceptable to them. In addition to wrangling with the Yi family, the major forces joined forces to encircle and annihilate the demon clan. This time, a demon like the Abyss Demon Lord appeared, which completely shocked the four major forces. Many powerful seniors who were in seclusion were alarmed. The major forces joined forces. Even if each force only sent out a few experts, it would still be a huge number. They formed such a punitive army and killed their way into the depths of the starry sky. However, very soon, they received news that shocked the ancient land of antiquity once again. This incomparably powerful conquering army had actually failed. Moreover, it was not an ordinary failure. It was a crushing defeat, an extremely crushing defeat. The number of experts below the celestial realm was incalculable. Just the experts of the celestial realm alone had fallen in the hundreds. Even the peak of the celestial realm, who were tyrannical figures of the various forces, had fallen in the battle. When this news came out, it instantly shocked the ancient land of antiquity. Since when did the demon race possess such tyrannical strength in the ancient Baron's continent? Many people were horrified. It wasn't easy for them to drive the demon race out. Now, they actually nurtured a tiger that would invite calamity and form such a large-scale demon race force. Slowly, the battle situation was revealed bit by bit. The matter regarding the Abyss Demon Lord became the target of public criticism. It was rumored that the Abyss Demon Lord fought fiercely against the 10 great hegemons. Moreover, he acted rudely, killing 3 peak heaven tier experts consecutively, which directly caused the entire army to collapse. This army was originally formed by the joint forces of various clans. Each of them had their own ulterior motives. At this time, it was naturally impossible for them to fight to the death. Instantly, they were defeated. They were chased all the way back to the edge of the ancient Desolation continent. Only then did they manage to gather their troops again. However, the losses they suffered were so great that it was enough to make the hearts of these forces twitch. Facing such a situation, all the major forces were enraged. Regardless of whether it was the Human Clan, the Demon Clan, the Hundred Races Alliance, or the Oceanic Clan, all the great hegemons of these four major forces were enraged. The Human Royal Court even released the news that they might invite the old seniors of the Royal Court, who were said to have passed away, to personally take action. They must definitely kill the Abyss Demon Lord and destroy his prestige. They must suppress the trend of the Demon Clan. Under the situation where the entire world was shouting to kill the Demon Clan, Yishuin's matter was selectively forgotten by many people. Compared to the expedition army that suffered heavy losses, Yishuin's matter was simply insignificant. Who would still remember his matter? In other words, the Abyss Demon Lord had suddenly become a figure at the heart of the struggle. Compared to the terrifying Abyss Demon Lord, Yishuin was simply an insignificant figure. He couldn't even cause a ripple. Even the conflict between the Southern Sea region and the Eastern Sea region had become a small matter. The mainstream of the entire world was shouting to kill the Demon Clan. Under such circumstances, Yishuin and the experts of the Yi Clan who were going to assist the Eastern Sea region had also gathered. When Yishuin rushed to the meeting place, he didn't expect to see a familiar person. This person was none other than Yi Qiong. This time, Yi Qiong was also the leader of the Yi Clan who was going to assist the Heavenly Rain Palace. This time, Yi Qiong was also in charge of the Yi Clan's assistance to the Heavenly Rain Palace. After asking, he found out that these years, as the younger generation represented by the 5 hegemons had grown up, many matters had been handed over to them by the clan's experts. This way, not only could they cultivate the younger generation's experts, but at the same time they could also make time for the older generation's experts to comprehend the Tao of eternal life. For both sides, there was no harm in doing so. Haha, you didn't expect this, did you? We actually meet again now. Yi Qiong laughed. Compared to the time when he was in the treasury, Yi Qiong's bearing was a notch higher. There was a faint sharpness hidden in his body. Clearly, he had comprehended a lot of the fighting character he had obtained in the treasury, and his cultivation had also improved a lot. Yi Qiong's mouth revealed an extremely warm smile. He didn't put on any airs at all. He didn't look down on Yishuin because of his current cultivation. The last time I saw you, you could only fight against a half-step Heaven Realm expert. Now, I heard that even Wang Zhenyu of the Wang clan died in your hands? Yi Qiong said with a smile. TSK, heroes really come from the young, and each generation is stronger than the last. Yi Qiong's face revealed a bit of a smile. The Wang clan has always been against my Yi clan, and has even targeted my Yi clan several times. Even in the royal court, they have tried to steal my Yi clan's position many times. Speaking of this, Yi Qiong's face revealed a bit of anger. The grievances between the Wang clan and the Yi clan had lasted for many years. Especially in recent years, the Wang clan's strength had continued to increase. In contrast, the Yi clan had been constantly targeted, and everyone in the Yi clan didn't have a good impression of the Wang clan. This time, you guys have taught them a lesson, ha ha ha. Yi Qiong said with a laugh. Yishuin smiled and said, this is also because the Wang clan has gone too far. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done this. I heard that you also came from the Endless Sea. You should be more familiar with the environment above the Endless Sea than I am. Yi Qiong said, when the time comes, if there is anything I have not considered carefully, you must remind me immediately. Yi Qiong said very seriously. Although this was only a confrontation between 3 forces, for them, if they were not careful, it could still be fatal. Yes, Yi Qiong then introduced the other members to Yishuin. In addition to Yishuin, who was a half-step into the Celestial Realm, all of them were powerful masters of the Celestial Realm, and they were all experts of their respective clans. A team of more than a dozen Heaven Realm experts was enough to dominate an area and shake the wind and clouds. The group did not stay for long, and immediately rushed to where the Heavenly Rain Palace of the Eastern Sea was. Chapter 1398. In the Eastern Sea region, although the Heavenly Rain Palace wasn't the largest force, it was definitely one of the first-rate forces. It could even be ranked in the top 10 of the Eastern Sea region. Otherwise, a small force like the Yi family wouldn't be able to attract the attention of a force of this level. However, even such a force was powerless against the alliance of the Frost Whale clan and the Mountain Sea Pavilion. The people from the Yi family didn't rush over. Since the war would last for a long time, there was no need for them to rush. The group of people quickly flew out of the ancient Barrens continent. Their figures flew across the surface of the sea, and the powerful aura of the heaven realm scared the many ferocious beasts in the sea so much that they did not dare to approach. They trembled under the sea. The less intelligent a ferocious beast was, the more sensitive it would be to this aura. After flying for 3 days and 3 nights, the group finally reached the border between the Eastern Sea region and the Southern Sea region. Although it was the North, South, East, and West Sea region, there weren't many areas where they intersected. Most of the areas were filled up by many small sea regions, acting as a buffer zone between the few super sea regions. There weren't many points where the Southern Sea region and the Eastern Sea region intersected. There was only a small area where they intersected. However, it was in this small area that an ore vein worth a few trillion spirit crystals was discovered. Facing such a huge amount of wealth, no one could remain calm. From time to time, one could see the silhouettes of people fighting on the sea. What was slightly different from the situation on land was that many people were riding ferocious beasts in the sea and ambushing the army. The huge bodies of these ferocious beasts were the most powerful weapons. The people from the Yi family didn't stop and quickly rushed to the Heavenly Rain Palace. The Heavenly Rain Palace was located on a very large island. This was also the habit of human forces. Although a person's cultivation had reached a certain level, they could go up into the sky, dive into the ground, swim in the water, and swim in the fire. They were omnipotent. However, humans were terrestrial creatures. This was deeply ingrained in their bones, and it wouldn't change even if their cultivation became stronger. The people from the Yi family had just arrived. The powerful aura of the Heaven Realm quickly alerted the experts of the Heavenly Rain Palace. Although the Heavenly Rain Palace was said to be on an island, the island was very large. It was almost a small continent. However, this was not a rare sight in the Endless Sea region. On the contrary, the Endless Sea region was filled with them. Yi Qiong and a group of Celestial Realm experts entered the depths of the Heavenly Rain Palace to communicate with the higher-ups of the Heavenly Rain Palace, leaving Yi Shiwen outside. Yi Shiwen was not very interested in these things. "Brother Yi." A figure slowly walked over. It was a woman in her early 20s. She wore a long green dress and had a graceful figure. She slowly walked over. "May I know who you are?" Yi Shiwen asked in a somewhat strange manner. "I am Qiu Yao," the woman said with a faint smile. Yi Shiwen immediately remembered that he had collected a lot of information about the Heavenly Rain Palace before coming here. Among them, there was information about this Qiu Yao. Qiu Yao was a top expert of the younger generation of the Heavenly Rain Palace, although she had not entered the all-knowing scholar's hidden dragon list. But her strength could not be underestimated. After all, there were way too many powerful martial geniuses in this world, and the hidden dragon rank, even including the reserve list, would only have 200 people. Most of the martial geniuses would not even make it to the rank. "So it is Miss Qiu. I have heard a lot about you." Yi Shiwen cupped his hands and said, "Compared to Brother Ye's fame on the Wind King planet, suppressing everyone with your strength, all these are nothing more than false fame." Qiu Yao smiled. Her smile was sweet, causing others to naturally have a good impression of her. "This time, Brother Yi came to help our Heavenly Rain Palace. I am really grateful. I just did something that was within my power." Yi Shiwen shook his head and said with a smile, what he said was the truth. They were just guests after all. It was okay to give a helping hand, but it was impossible to expect them to fight to the death for the Heavenly Rain Palace. The people of the Heavenly Rain Palace naturally knew this, but they did not care. This empty reputation is nothing at all. That's right, your empty reputation is nothing at all. It's funny that someone actually put you on a pedestal. At this time, a cold voice came from the sky, and the tone was full of disdain. Then a figure descended from the sky. It was a young man wearing a blue robe, and he was as sharp as an unsheathed sword. Brother Wu, how can you speak like that? At this time, Qiu Yao frowned and softly scolded. Yi Shiwen slightly smiled, but he did not care. Although this young man's words were unpleasant to hear, Yi Shiwen did not have the mood to argue with him. If he would get angry at anyone who said unpleasant words, then he would be angry at too many people in his life. Didn't I say so? I don't know if that by Shaosheng is a good for nothing. He's just a warrior at the initial stage of half-step heaven realm. Not to mention the desolate antiquity. Even in our Heavenly Rain Palace, there are many people like him. What does he count as? Junior Wu sneered. Brother Wu, Brother Yi is an honored guest of our Heavenly Rain Palace, and this time he came to help our Heavenly Rain Palace. Don't cause trouble. Qiu Yao scolded. Do we need their help? In fact, Senior Brother Wang has already applied to the Wang family. Soon, a large number of experts from the Wang family will come. We don't need the Yi family's help at all. Junior Brother Wu said coldly. Wang family. Yi Shiwen's eyes flashed. In fact, although this Eastern Sea region was known as One Sea region, but the forces inside it still had different inclinations. The entire Eastern Sea region was supported by all the major forces of the human race, and only then could have a foothold in the Endless Sea region. However, the major forces of the human race also supported different targets, and this Heavenly Rain Palace had always been supported by the Yi family from behind. Now that the Wang family had infiltrated in, it could be seen how serious the Wang family's encroachment on the Yi family's territory was in recent years. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Since the Yi clan was already here, the other clans were only here to go through the formalities. However, the Wang clan had actually sent a large number of experts here. The meaning of confrontation was very obvious. This Senior Brother Wang, could it be Wang Jinfei? Yi Shiwen suddenly remembered that the report mentioned that this Wang Jinfei was a member of the Wang family and had entered the Heavenly Rain Palace in the early years. He did not expect that the Heavenly Rain Palace would actually use this opportunity to contact the Wang family. This was definitely not good news for the Yi family. But then he smiled, a little indifferent but also a little disdainful. What are you smiling at? Seeing Yi Shiwen smile, that Junior Brother Wu was immediately very unhappy. Brother Yi, Junior Brother Wu is young and insensible. I hope you don't take offense. Junior Brother Wu has been good friends with Senior Brother Wang Jinfei since childhood. So when he heard that Brother Yi killed the experts of the Wang family on the Wind King planet, he more or less felt a little uncomfortable. Please forgive him. At this time, Qiu Yao said secretly. Yi Shiwen just sneered. I'm laughing at your overconfidence. As for what Qiu Yao said, he did not take it to heart at all. Young and insensible? Ridiculous. A few hundred years old person was actually insensible. What did you say? Sure enough, that Junior Brother Wu's expression suddenly changed, and he said angrily. Yi Shiwen sneered and did not say anything. He just said to Qiu Yao, Miss Qiu, I don't know where the place your Heavenly Rain Palace has prepared for us to stay this time. I'm tired. I want to go rest first. That Junior Brother Wu immediately flew into a rage. Yi Shiwen was openly looking down on him. When had he ever been ignored like this? I'd like to see how strong someone ranked in the top 20 of the Hidden Dragon Roll is. He suddenly shouted, and his body rushed in front of Yi Shiwen like a ghost. A big hand directly grabbed Yi Shiwen's shoulder. It was incomparably fierce, and he actually wanted to directly grab Yi Shiwen's shoulder and cripple his arm. Bang! That Junior Brother Wu very smoothly grabbed Yi Shiwen's shoulder, and then a somewhat evil smile appeared on his face. His big hand suddenly clawed. but he found that no matter how much strength he used, he actually could not break Yi Shiwen's shoulder. Only this level. Yi Shiwen sneered, and the qi in his body instantly condensed, and then suddenly burst out. Bang! Junior Brother Wu was directly sent flying on the spot, as if he had suffered a terrible shock wave. On the spot, blood directly seeped out from his pores, and he directly fainted on the spot. Junior Brother Wu. Qiu Yao quickly ran over and examined him a little bit, and felt relieved. Although he looked very miserable, but Yi Shiwen had a sense of propriety, and this junior brother Wu had only fainted. His internal organs had been shaken, but after some time with his cultivation, he would be able to recover without the need for any medicine. Brother Yi, thank you for showing mercy. Qiu Yao hurriedly cupped her hands and said, she knew that if Yi Shiwen didn't show mercy, with the strength of this junior brother Wu, it was very likely that he would be killed on the spot. At this time, she looked extremely calm on the surface, but her heart was extremely shocked. Originally, she did not care about the hidden dragon list at all. After so many years, the ancient barons naturally had its own set of evaluation standards. Although the hidden dragon list attracted the attention of many, more people did not care at all. In particular, Yi Shiwen was only in the initial half-step celestial realm, yet he could actually be ranked 20th on the hidden dragon list. This caused many people to be even more dissatisfied and looked down on him. To them, even a half-step celestial realm could be ranked in the hidden dragon list, and his ranking was so high. Could it be that Bai Shaoxing had no other candidates, so he chose such a person? Chapter 1399. Many people had such a guess in their hearts. After all, many people didn't have much of an idea of Bai Shaoxing, who had recently risen to prominence. Therefore, many people were unwilling to believe the list he pushed out, especially those who weren't on the list. There were many geniuses and elites in the ancient barons' continent, and they were the most outstanding existences in their respective forces. Yet, they couldn't even be on the list. It was conceivable that they wouldn't believe this list. Qiu Yao didn't really believe that Yi Shiwen had the strength to surpass the heaven realm. After all, the difference between the half-step heaven realm and the heaven realm was like heaven and earth. But now, after seeing Yi Shiwen's strength with her own eyes, she finally believed it. Perhaps Bai Shaoxing's hidden dragon list wasn't that ridiculous. Yi Shiwen just shrugged indifferently and said, this time, it's just a small punishment. If he still doesn't know what's good for him, then don't blame me for being impolite. If Junior Brother Wu was still awake and saw Yi Shiwen's face as if he was teaching a junior a lesson, he would probably faint from anger on the spot. However, Qiu Yao didn't think much of it. Yi Shiwen had such strength, so he naturally had such confidence. Soon, Qiu Yao called someone to carry the unconscious junior brother Wu away and led Yi Shiwen to the depths of the Rain Palace. Who is this person? Why is senior sister Qiu leading him personally? How come I've never seen him before? Along the way, many people were quite curious about Yi Shiwen, who was personally led by Qiu Yao, and they pointed at him. Brother Yi, Junior Brother Wu, and Senior Brother Wang Jinfei have always had a good relationship. Now, I'm afraid Senior Brother Wang Jinfei won't let this matter go so easily. Qiu Yao said, then let him come. I don't care anyway. I'll kill a few more. Yi Shiwen's words were cold. Qiu Yao could only smile at this. Yi Shiwen could reach such a height at such a young age, so he was definitely a decisive person. And these matters, rather than saying that it was a conflict between Yi Shiwen and Wang Jinfei, it was simply a microcosm of the battle between the Yi clan and the Wang clan. Under the guidance of Qiu Yao, Yi Shiwen quickly settled in the courtyard provided by the Heavenly Rain Palace for the Yi family. The news of Yi Shiwen injuring Brother Wu and causing him to lose consciousness quickly spread throughout the Heavenly Rain Palace, and immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of many people. Yi Shiwen had just arrived, and he had injured an expert of their palace. What was going on? Even if he was an expert of Yi family, this was going too far. In addition to some people adding fuel to the fire, Yi Shiwen began to gradually become famous in the Heavenly Rain Palace. Although there were already some people who knew of Yi Shiwen's name, but in fact, no one cared too much. Although he was ranked 20th in the Hidden Dragon list, people would often only pay attention to the first or the top 3. At most, they would pay attention to some masters in the top 10. After the top 10, even if it was the 11th, there was a huge gap between the top 10 and the top 10, not to mention Yi Shiwen, who was ranked 20th. The only thing that interested people was how he was able to enter the Hidden Dragon list as a warrior of the early stage of half-step celestial realm. This made these masters who had already stepped into the late stage of half-step celestial realm. How could they endure this? Not to mention that there were still many celestial realm masters under Yi Shiwen. This made the matter of Yi Shiwen faking the 20th in the Hidden Dragon list for a while, and all kinds of rumors and slanders continued. In the face of this situation, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Rain Palace also, strangely, kept silent. Although they did not encourage the emergence of this kind of rumor, they did not stop it, so all kinds of rumors and slanders spread even more. In the face of this situation, the Yi family could not help but hold a meeting. This kind of rumor that obviously slandered our Yi family appeared, and the Heavenly Rain Palace did not stop it at all. This intention is really too obvious. In the small courtyard, a celestial realm master said with a frown, "How could there be an idiot who could cultivate to this level? They obviously want to test our Yi family's reaction." Another celestial realm master said, "These people are simply ungrateful, completely forgetting that it was difficult for them to establish a foothold in the Eastern Sea region. If it were not for our Yi family, they would have already been destroyed. Now they think that they can treat us like this because they have the thigh of the Wang family? Do they think we don't know?" These years, the Heavenly Rain Palace has also secretly accepted many children of the Wang family as disciples. This is a sign that they want to completely drive our Yi family out. Yi Shiwen frowned slightly. The situation of the Heavenly Rain Palace was obviously more complicated than he had originally expected. This time, the reason why the Yi family even sent Yi Qiong of Nan Ba Tian personally, Yi Shiwen originally thought that it was to show support for the Heavenly Rain Palace. Although Nan Ba Tian's current cultivation was not considered extremely tyrannical, his identity was one of the future leaders of the Yi family. With such an identity, he personally went to the Heavenly Rain Palace to deal with this matter, undoubtedly proving the importance of the Heavenly Rain Palace. Originally, he thought that it was to rope in and support them, but now it seemed that it was not so, and even in this there was a meaning of warning. Yes, the Yi family may want to take this opportunity to warn the Heavenly Rain Palace not to act rashly. Even if they hug the thigh of the Wang family, so what? Could the Heavenly Rain Palace twist the behemoth Yi family? The things here were far more complicated than he had initially understood. There were also many forces like the Heavenly Rain Palace that were influenced by the Yi family. Over the years, the Wang family had been competing with the Yi family for the influence of these forces. There were already many forces that originally belonged to the Yi family, and now they had openly expressed their support to the Wang family. Therefore, this also caused the upper echelons of the Yi family to begin to shake, and in recent years they began to strengthen the control of these forces. Originally, when the Yi family and the Wang family were evenly matched, these forces naturally did not feel anything. But when the Wang family's power obviously surpassed the Yi family's, they naturally began to become restless. This was also the reason why Yi Qiong personally came. It was to subdue them. This is nothing. In this world, there are many ruthless people. Yi Qiong said, "We are helping the Heavenly Rain Palace. In the end, it is also for the interests of the people. There is nothing wrong with it." This in itself was a very real problem. According to the news from Master Yi Jin, now there seems to be a force in the upper echelons of the Heavenly Rain Palace pushing the Wang family to support the Heavenly Rain Palace. The Heavenly Rain Palace is our bridgehead in the Endless Sea. If we lose it, then we will lose the benefits in the Endless Sea. This is absolutely intolerable. Yi Cheong said. This Yi Jin was the representative of the Yi family in the Heavenly Rain Palace. A long time ago, he had already entered the Heavenly Rain Palace, and now he was the deputy palace master of the Heavenly Rain Palace, a high position and power. This time, we came to prevent this kind of thing from happening. A master said, no matter what, at least we have the advantage now, don't we? Our Yi family has influenced the Heavenly Rain Palace for so many years. It is not comparable to the Wang family at all. As long as we are careful, the Heavenly Rain Palace will still be under the control of our Yi family. Yi Shiwen said at this time. And yes, Yi Shiwen is right. As long as we are careful, the Heavenly Rain Palace will still not break away from our control. If we really can't do it, we will cut the Gordian knot and change the upper echelons. I don't believe that all of them are determined to support the Wang family. Yi Cheong said with a cold expression. Don't doubt the strength of the Yi family. Although they were at a disadvantage against the Wang family, if they wanted to deal with the Heavenly Rain Palace, they definitely had a way to change the upper echelons. In the past, the forces that broke away from the control of the Yi family all cut the Gordian knot. In one breath, all the factions that supported the Yi family and finally broke free. But now that the movement of the Heavenly Rain Palace had been detected, how could they let this kind of thing happen again? Yi Shiwen, during this time, all the rumors and slanders are aimed at you. This is also good. We can focus all the attention on you, so that it will be convenient for us to do things. Yi Cheong looked at Yi Shiwen and said, no problem. Yi Shiwen nodded. During this time here, obviously, it would not be a smooth journey. It could be said that there were external and internal troubles. At this time, Yi Shiwen finally understood why Yi Jintian wanted him to come here to gain experience. Because if it was just fighting on the battlefield, Yi Shiwen not only had many such experiences, but he also had many. When the true martial school swept through the true martial domain, Yi Shiwen personally led the team, and the changes in the military formation were absolutely clear to him. Although the level of strength was different, the essence was the same. But now it seemed that it was indeed a good experience. After all, when he was in the true martial school, he had never encountered such a situation of external and internal troubles. The Heavenly Rain Palace, which he thought might be a friend, might stab him in the back, so he had to be vigilant at all times. After the plan was decided, the Yi family quickly dispersed, each with their own purpose. And just after the Yi family decided, the Wang family finally came. Compared to the Yi family's small team of only a dozen people, the Wang family could be said to come in a majestic manner. There were hundreds of people in the team, and they were in the limelight for a while. Soon, they attracted the attention of various forces in the Heavenly Rain Palace. Although these forces came to help, they were only 2 or 3 people. Although they were all masters, there were not many of them. Because this was the Yi family's territory. If they sent more people, they would inevitably be suspected of competing with the Yi family. But the Wang family came in a majestic manner, and their intentions were clear. If everyone did not know the Wang family's plan, then they would have lived in vain for the rest of their lives. For a time, the entire Heavenly Rain Palace seemed to have fallen into a feeling of the coming storm. Chapter 1400. And as soon as the people of the Wang family arrived, they injected a cardiac stimulant into the Heavenly Rain Palace. Before they came, they had already destroyed a mine that the Cold Whale clan had privately opened on the mine vein and killed many experts of the Cold Whale clan. Compared to the Yi family, who deliberately kept a low profile, the Wang family was undoubtedly more high profile. It also attracted more people's attention. Yi Shiwen was undoubtedly the most high profile among these people of the Yi clan. However, this high profile was not what he wanted. Instead, those people deliberately focused their attention on Yi Shiwen. In particular, there was a rumor that Yi Shiwen simply looked down on the people of the Heavenly Rain Palace. People with brains naturally would not believe this, but it still caused many young experts of the Heavenly Rain Palace to be dissatisfied. In addition, some people added fuel to the fire. For a time, Yi Shiwen suffered the treatment of rolling eyes, but Yi Shiwen did not care. Anyway, he did not go out much. Most of his time was spent in closed-door cultivation. Yi Shiwen did not know how much Yi Jintian had to pay to increase the refining of the word seal. He did not say, but Yi Shiwen knew that this word was equivalent to giving it to him. Even in a behemoth like the Yi family, the pseudo-Dao rune was very rare. And the appearance of this word also gave Yi Shiwen the hope of completely suppressing the demon seed. If he completely refined the word seal, there might be a possibility of suppressing the demon seed. Even if there was only a small possibility, Yi Shiwen would not give up this possibility. After 10 days had passed after the arrival of the Wang family, the momentum of the Wang family had also become stronger. During this period, they once again picked a few mining sites of the Cold Whale clan and the Mountain Sea Pavilion, which made the Heavenly Rain Palace even more praise. And in the Heavenly Rain Palace, everyone was waiting for the Yi family to respond to this matter. Regarding this matter, the Yi family's higher-ups seemed to have disappeared. Just when everyone was wondering why the Yi family would remain silent, the Yi family finally made a move, and this person was none other than Yi Shiwen. The Yi family sent out an invitation, inviting the top young experts of the Heavenly Rain Palace who had now arrived. If it was said that before, not many people would care about his invitation, but now, with the halo of being ranked 20th in the Hidden Dragons list, his invitation had a different kind of weight. Even if some people did not approve of the Hidden Dragon rank, it was undeniable that even if the Hidden Dragon rank was only for reference, it still had a certain deterrent effect. For a moment, the entire Heavenly Rain Palace was bustling with noise and excitement. Yi Shiwen did not send out many invitations in total, less than 10. However, even if only a few people from each force were present, plus the experts from the Eastern Sea region were added together, it was not a small number. Just the number of young experts was several times more than the number of invitations that Yi Shiwen had sent out. And in a short period of time, whoever received Yi Shiwen's invitation became a symbol of great honor. This was like the Hidden Dragons list. Many people had the strength to be on the list, but were not arranged to be on it. There were also many people who believed that they had the strength to be on the list, but were not invited. Therefore, on the Wind King planet, thousands of top young experts were heading there. And now, Yi Shiwen's invitation vaguely had this kind of function. Yi Shiwen only said that he was inviting some people of the same generation to come and sit and discuss Tao. But the hidden meaning was that only the owners of these less than 10 invitations were worthy of sitting and discussing Tao with him, and the others did not have such qualifications. And in the face of such favoritism, how could the elder brother, the genius, be willing to accept it? And in this period of time, who received the invitation and who didn't also became the hottest topic of everyone, completely suppressing the sensation brought by the Wang family. Even if the people of the Wang family were unwilling, it was useless because there was not a single person from their Wang family who could be on the Hidden Dragons list. Wang Zhenyu and Wang Xuanyu, who had this potential, had already died in the hands of the Yi family. For a moment, they could not find a young expert who could compete with Yi Shiwen in reputation. And at this time, it was even more impossible for the experts of the older generation to go. Otherwise, it would be seen as the strong bullying the weak, and it would further solidify the statement that the Wang family had no capable people. Therefore, everyone in the Wang family was gnashing their teeth in hatred when they saw Yi Shiwen, who had created such a situation. Previously, he had killed Wang Xuanyu and Wang Zhenyu, which had caused the Wang family to suffer heavy losses in the younger generation. How many years of nurturing these elites needed to be nurtured? And now, all of it had gone down the drain. And now he had casually suppressed the Wang family and brought about a sensation. This enmity had been sown. And just as everyone was discussing, Yi Shiwen's truth discussion finally began. Originally, it was just a small truth discussion, but because it became a hot topic some time ago, it suddenly attracted many experts. Whether they were invited or not, they did not want to fall behind at this time. Early in the morning, Yi Shiwen, as the host, had not yet appeared, but at this time the restaurant he had booked was already a boiling cauldron of voices. Many people, even if they had already understood that they were not qualified to enter, At this time, seeing such a scene, they were also unusually excited. This time, I heard that the people who were invited have already replied one after another that they will attend. This Yi Shiwen has a great reputation. Usually, many people can't even invite him at all. What's so great about him? Many people are just giving face to the Yi family. Otherwise, how can he invite so many people? There were also people who were simply disdainful of Yi Shiwen. Of course he can come. Just his reputation as the 20th on the Hidden Dragons list is enough. A mere half-step celestial realm early stage. I still don't know how he got this title. Someone said sourly. In any case, this time the Yi family has a huge limelight. As soon as this Yi Shiwen made a move, he immediately overshadowed the Wang family's limelight. Look, someone is coming. Zhao Dingfang, he actually came first. At this time, everyone saw a man in a brocade robe, expressionless, with a faint aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Rumor has it that Zhao Dingfang is one of the most outstanding geniuses of this generation of the Zhao family. Although the Zhao family is not as powerful as the Yi family, it is also a behemoth. In terms of foundation and strength, it is even above the Heavenly Rain Palace. Zhao Dingfang really lives up to his reputation. Looking at his appearance, it is almost certain that he has already entered the celestial realm. Zhao Dingfang directly entered the restaurant and did not stay outside at all. After Zhao Dingfang, another figure came, and it was none other than the Heavenly Rain Palace's Qiu Yao. Qiu Yao also did not stay outside and soon entered the restaurant. Under everyone's attention, several experts entered the restaurant one after another. Almost all of them were experts who had made a name for themselves. Some were local experts of the Eastern Sea region, and some were young experts who had come to support. However, because not all the experts who came to support had top experts of the younger generation, so even if Yi Shiwen wanted to invite, in fact, only a few people were qualified to be invited by him. But his appearance, on the contrary, made everyone more interested in this invitation. Even those who were originally not interested would come together. No matter what, not being invited was a kind of embodiment of lowering one's status. In a short while, another blue-haired youth directly strode into the restaurant, wantonly and ostentatious, as if he was the host. "Ha! This invitation Yi Shiwen made is a bit interesting, but he has good eyesight, knowing to invite this young master. However, this young master wants to see how real his reputation of being in the top 20 of the Hidden Dragon list is." The blue-haired youth laughed loudly. Soon, he was also recognized by everyone. This person is not Lan Zhenglong. He is actually a mixed blood of the human race and the sea race, and his strength is extremely tyrannical. When he went to the Wind King planet last time, it was said that he also received an invitation, but he was in closed-door training, so he did not go. Otherwise, there would definitely be a place for him. Now it seems that he has probably successfully broken into the celestial realm. No wonder he is so insolent. Isn't that so? Even in the Eastern Sea region, Lan Zhenglong is also a top genius. What kind of T-truth discussion is this? Why can't I go in? At this time, a big man shouted loudly at the door. The attendants in front of him had a bitter look on their faces as they tried to persuade him. They were just some small fries, nothing more. Even if these people were not invited by Yi Shiwen, they still couldn't afford to provoke them. "Young master, our restaurant has indeed been booked by young Master Yi today. Without an invitation, you really can't go in," a waiter said while crying. "Get lost. I don't believe that I can't go in here today." This burly man was obviously here to cause trouble. Everyone say, on what basis does this surnamed Yi have the qualifications to determine our ranks? On what basis can they go in, but we can't? This burly man did not force his way in, but wanted to provoke the emotions of the people around him. Yes, on what basis can we not go in? Yi Shiwen himself is only a warrior in the initial stage of the half-step celestial realm. What qualifications does he have to be picky? We also want an explanation. On what basis can some people go in but others can't? The whole scene began to become chaotic, and many people began to make noise. Indeed, regarding this issue, it sounded really sensitive, especially those who thought that they had the strength but were not invited. A piece of trash like you wants to go in. Get out of the way. Chapter 1401. A piece of trash like you wants to go in. Get out of the way. At this time, a cold voice came from the sky, and then a figure appeared in front of everyone. After a while, he was already in front of the restaurant. Hiss, why is he here? At this time, someone could not help but take a deep breath. Ding Batong, ranked 16th on the Hidden Dragon list. I heard that this time he personally led the team of Fleeting Mountain Villa. At such a young age, he is already qualified to lead a team. This Ding Batong is really valued in Fleeting Mountain Villa. Although Yi Shiwen was in the limelight last time on the Wind King Star, in terms of ranking, he was still not able to suppress Ding Batong. But I did not expect that not only is Ding Batong here, but it seems that he is also speaking up for Yi Shiwen. Ding Batong, I know your name and strength, but you don't have to speak up for Yi Shiwen like this. His ranking is not even as high as yours. The big man said with slight embarrassment. When it came to Yi Shiwen, he could not be polite because his strength at the early stage of half-step celestial realm was indeed a weakness. It was difficult for people who had not seen him for themselves to believe that he really had strength comparable to the celestial realm. But this Ding Batong was different. He had long been famous in the ancient wilderness, and with the strength of the celestial realm, he was ranked on the Hidden Dragon list and was recognized by everyone. Do you think I need you to care about what I do? Is Yi Shiwen someone you can slander? How can a snobbish person like you, who has been bribed by God, knows who appear here? Get lost, don't dirty my ears. Ding Batong said coldly. He was incomparably domineering and did not take the burly man seriously at all. Ding Batong, don't go too far. At this time, this big man was red in the face, and he said angrily. He was almost unable to raise his head after being reprimanded by Ding Batong in front of everyone. How was he going to behave in the future? Get out. Whoever wants to come out can come out. What is the point of sneaking around here? Is this how you are taught? Ding Batong said with a sneer, and his eyes directly glanced at the two figures on the other restaurant not far away. One of them was none other than Brother Wu, who had been sent flying by Yi Shiwen earlier. The other figure was tall and straight, like a pine tree. His bearing was extraordinary. He didn't avoid Ding Budong's gaze and looked straight into his eyes. Senior Brother Wang, what does Ding Batong mean by this? Is he trying to make life difficult for us? Brother Wu said in a somewhat gloomy tone. Originally, he wanted to provoke everyone's dissatisfaction towards Yi Shiwen. This was a very good idea. Who would have thought that Ding Batong would appear out of nowhere and ruin his plan? Why would he speak up for Yi Shiwen? Is there any friendship between them? This senior Brother Wang was none other than Wang Zhenyu, who had joined the Heavenly Rain Palace from the Wang family. This scene was indeed arranged by him. However, he didn't expect that Ding Batong would ruin it before Yi Shiwen could even be lured out. The depression in his heart was no less than that of Brother Wu. No matter what kind of friendship they have, there is no point in hiding now. Instead, people will look down on us. Let's go down and personally attend this tea ceremony. As disciples of the Heavenly Rain Palace, how can the host not show up? Wang Zhenyu said. However, it was obvious that he had completely forgotten that Qiu Yao had also appeared. Ding Batong only glanced at them a few times. He didn't even look at the red-faced man who had been reprimanded and walked straight into the restaurant. The red-faced man didn't dare to make a move. One must know that Ding Batong was different from Yi Shiwen. He had been famous for many years, and no one would dare to provoke him. After a while, another figure descended from the sky. It was none other than Yi Shiwen. At this time, after everyone had arrived, he finally arrived. When the burly man saw Yi Shiwen, his eyes suddenly lit up. He stopped in front of Yi Shiwen and said, Yi Shiwen, We want an explanation from you. Why can't we enter the restaurant?" The man shouted. Many people immediately echoed his words. "Get lost!" Yi Shiwen simply said. The burly man was so angry that his face turned red. He had been taught a lesson as if he were an insignificant minion twice. This was simply unbearable. Suddenly there was a loud roar, and a palm slapped down towards Yi Shiwen. The speed was fast and urgent. It broke through the air and didn't give Yi Shiwen any time to react. It was a sneak attack, but at this time he couldn't care so much. He directly slapped Yi Shiwen while roaring. Bang! Before his palm could hit Yi Shiwen's body, it was blocked by Yi Shiwen's finger. Boom! Yi Shiwen's finger burst out a terrifying jinyuan. All of a sudden, it swept towards the man's body. Bang! The man didn't have any time to react and was blasted away on the spot. Everyone was silent. Seeing the scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp. No matter what, this man was a master of half-step, celestial realm middle stage. He couldn't even block one move from Yi Shiwen. The difference in strength was like heaven and earth. At this time, even if some people didn't believe in Bai Xiaoxing's hidden dragon list, they had no choice but to believe it. Yi Shiwen didn't look at them and went straight into the restaurant. At this time, the masters who were invited by Yi Shiwen had already arrived. They were divided into different areas, and their aura was faintly opposite. And among them, there were a few who were particularly outstanding. Zhao, Dingfang, Dingbadong, and Lan Jinglong's aura suppressed the whole audience. The tyrannical strength of the celestial realm was fully displayed. And although the others were not celestial realm masters, they were also masters of half-step celestial realm late stage. It was only a matter of time before they stepped into the celestial realm. "I'm sorry I'm late. It's my honor to have all of you come to my truth discussion conference today," Yi Shiwen said with a smile. "Yi Shiwen, you don't need to talk nonsense. I think you should understand the purpose of everyone's visit here." Lan Zhenglong said, "The last time I went to Wind King Planet, I was in closed-door training and didn't have time to participate. This time, it just so happens that you're also on the list. I can see how strong you are and how trustworthy the hidden dragon list is." Lan Jinglong's attitude was unusually arrogant, but no one was surprised. Lan Jinglong had already said that he wanted to see how strong Yi Shiwen was. And at this time, even those masters of half-step celestial realm late stage, such as Qiu Yao, could be said to be only one step away from the celestial realm. Watching such a battle would definitely be of great benefit to their cultivation. At this time, Ding Batong said, "You are no match for Yi Shiwen." "What did you say?" Lan Zhenglong suddenly stood up and pointed at Ding Batong. Facing the aggressive Lan Zhenglong, Ding Batong just said calmly, "I'm just telling the truth. You are indeed no match for him." Yi Shiwen couldn't help but look at Ding Batong. From the beginning, Ding Batong had been standing on his side and speaking for him. What was the reason? He was a little curious. "I'm no match for him? Could it be that you are?" "Huh, that's right, your ranking is even higher than him," Lan Zhenglong said with a somewhat disdainful smile. "If you want to know who will win or lose, won't you know after a battle?" At this time, Zhao Dingfang, who came in first, said softly, but everyone in the restaurant heard it clearly. "That's more like it. We'll know after a battle," Lan Zhenglong said eagerly. "Everyone, I invited you here not to fight, but to sit down and discuss Tao. This is the fundamental purpose of this time," Yi Shiwen said. "Moreover, we're not the masters here. How can we fight here? That's a bit interesting." Lan Zhenglong did not continue to dwell on this issue. "I'd like to see how you can sit down and discuss Tao." At this time, many young experts outside the restaurant suddenly became excited. For them, it was a very rare thing to be able to listen to the top experts of the same generation discuss Tao. For their cultivation realm, there were naturally countless benefits. At this time, even if there was any dissatisfaction in their hearts, it was nothing compared to the benefits they could obtain. What was there to make a fuss about? I don't know if I can count in. At this time, a voice came directly from below the restaurant, and then Wang Jinfei's figure appeared in front of everyone. Yi Shiwen smiled slightly and said, "Brother Wang, it's naturally the best if you come to participate in our Tao discussion. It's an honor. Then I won't be polite." Wang Jinfei's figure directly walked into the crowd, and with a wave of his hand, a chair flew directly under him, and he slowly sat down. His position was directly on the main seat. Faintly, he actually regarded himself as the master and the protagonist. Everyone could not help but feel a little funny when they saw this scene. Everyone present knew that the Yi clan, represented by Yi Shiwen, and the Wang clan, represented by Wang Jinfei, had secretly confronted each other several times during this period of time. Now, the Wang clan obviously could not bear to see Shiwen stealing all the limelight from them, so they sent Wang Jinfei to find trouble with Yi Shiwen. And in the face of Wang Jinfei, a well-known master in the Heavenly Rain Palace, could Yi Shiwen control the situation? Everyone looked at Yi Shiwen, not knowing how he would react, but they saw that Yi Shiwen seemed to not see it at all. He just smiled and said, "Then today's Tao discussion will begin." Chapter 1402. Everyone looked at Yi Shiwen, wondering how he would react. However, Yi Shiwen acted as if he did not see it at all. He just smiled and said, "Let's start today's truth discussion." The purpose of today's truth discussion is to exchange ideas and help each other. At the same time, it is also to share some experiences with everyone. Yi Shiwen said. The everyone he mentioned was naturally those who were eagerly waiting outside the restaurant. When they really heard Yi Shiwen say so, those people outside the restaurant suddenly had a good impression of Yi Shiwen. Although they had more or less gained some experience and insights from watching the battle between the two sides, how could they learn more by personally preaching with so many young masters? Although these people were only masters of the younger generation, in terms of profound cultivation, even compared with many masters of the older generation, they were not the slightest bit inferior. They could be called martial arts masters of the present age. That was especially true for Zhao Dingfang. Ding Batong and the others had long since stepped into the sky tier. That was a completely different realm. If they could share some of their cultivation experiences, it would naturally be of great benefit to them in breaking through to the sky tier in the future. This imperceptibly also made many people full of a good impression of Yi Shiwen. Some time ago, there were rumors about how domineering Yi Shiwen was and how he looked down on these masters of the Heavenly Rain Palace. Now it seemed that it was simply a bunch of nonsense. Although they did not know what kind of person he was, the previous rumors were obviously nonsense. And at this time, everyone no longer had any complaints about Yi Shiwen's practice of only allowing a few people to enter. They were originally unwilling, but it did not mean that they did not know the strength gap between them. Even if those who could enter were not natural masters, they were enough to dominate in the half-step celestial realm. If too many people entered, it would instead disrupt this truth discussion. I hope everyone will not be stingy with the experience, Yi Shiwen said with a smile. Wang Jinfei's face changed slightly. He could feel that with Yi Shiwen's words, everyone's attitude towards him immediately changed. It was obvious that this truth discussion was simply held to win over everyone's support. But it just so happened that this truth discussion was simply to use the experience of these masters to win over people's hearts. He did not have to pay too much at all, and everyone had to be grateful to him. Even for the top masters of the truth discussion, it was not without benefits to be able to hear the martial arts cultivation experience of other masters. It could be said that everyone was happy. The only ones who were unhappy were probably the masters of the Wang family. They watched helplessly as they worked hard to kill the masters of the Cold Whale clan and Mountain Sea Pavilion. But in the end, their limelight was stolen by Yi Shiwen. At this time, they were really depressed. But at this time, Wang Jinfei had no choice but to cooperate, even if he knew that if he did well in this matter, the most grateful person would be Yi Shiwen. But if he did not do well, or was unwilling to share some of his experience, then he would fall behind and be blamed by others. Then, let me throw a brick to attract jade. At this time, Qiu Yao said with a smile. Her body instantly scattered some laws. These laws were all her understanding of truth Tao. They were dazzling and instantly illuminated the entire restaurant. Within a radius of thousands of meters, it was completely shrouded in this aura of truth. Many young warriors sat cross-legged outside on the spot to feel this aura of truth Tao. What is truth Tao? This is truth Tao. Truth Tao itself is a mysterious thing. It is not something that can be explained. Otherwise, there would be no such thing as truth enlightenment. Truth enlightenment. Truth enlightenment. The most important thing is the word enlightenment. If you can't really understand it, then no one can help you. These laws on Qiu Yao's body faintly turned into Tao sounds because it was still as if a deity was using Tao sounds to explain these truths. Although it was certainly not the entire truth Tao, but even so, for everyone it was not a small gain. This Qiu Yao is really powerful. She is worthy of being the number one among the younger generation of Heavenly Rain Palace. Although Wang Jinfei is powerful, unfortunately, he is already over 500 years old. The number one can only fall to Qiu Yao. What a powerful Tao sound. Just listening to it makes me feel that I have a lot of gains. Many things that I didn't understand in the past suddenly become clear. Yeah, I am also starting to look forward to it. This is only the first person to preach truth Tao. How about the other people's truth Tao? This is a rare thing on ordinary days. Everyone nodded. Normally, it was almost impossible for such a scene to occur. At most, it was just a discussion between a few close friends. It was even impossible to share it with others, because the strength of a warrior was built on the understanding of the Tao. Everyone could be said to be completely different. There were all kinds of strange things. Because of this, if one's Tao was known by others, it was possible that one's weakness would be found by others. So often, the so-called truth Tao discussion was just a fight. In the battle of life and death, one could comprehend as much as one could. Even in a truth Tao discussion like this, it was impossible to talk about all truth Tao. At most, it would only talk about a certain part of the views and insights. But even so, it was enough for everyone. It was enough for them to gain a lot, and this was just the beginning. Miss Qiu Yao is really knowledgeable. At this time, another expert finally couldn't help but release his own great Tao law. It wrapped around his body and vaguely drew out all kinds of truth Tao images, all of which were the materialization of the truth that he comprehended. The truth Tao of the two people blended and collided in the sky. The momentum was actually faintly rising. Both of them had a lot of understanding through such truth Tao exchange. Although there were a lot of benefits for others in the truth Tao discussion between experts of their level, they had not reached this level after all. There were many things that they could not understand at all. Only people like them had the biggest gains. Yi Shiwen also opened his eyes and began to operate the mysterious space. Even without Yi Shiwen actively operating it, the mysterious space had already begun to operate automatically. He analyzed these great Tao laws floating in the sky. With his current skill and realm, it was not difficult to analyze this. At least, it was much easier than analyzing the word seal. As the understanding of the truth Tao was constantly analyzed by the mysterious space, Yishuan actually had a kind of faint understanding. He could not help but be overjoyed. According to this trend, it would not be long before he could really step into the peak of the early stage of half-step celestial realm. This was even faster than old Ye's explanation. This kind of collision of different truth Tao was simply fascinating. With the addition of these two masters, the other masters at the peak of the late stage of half-step celestial being realm also released their auras one after another. The profound aura and comprehension of the great way shocked everyone. At this time, they really realized why these people could be invited by Yi Shiwen when they were in the same realm, but they couldn't. This kind of cultivation was simply tyrannical to the extreme. enough to be called a king among them. The brilliance of these people's truth Tao laws in the void became even more dazzling. Those who were swept by the brilliance only felt that they had a great understanding. Several completely different truth Tao were now fully displayed in front of them. Even if it was not all of them, it was still enough to make them feel relaxed and happy. They were even more looking forward to the truth Tao confrontation between experts at the celestial realm later. Watch me. At this time, Lan Zhenglong was a little impatient. His body instantly released countless truth Tao laws. The truth Tao laws were many times more solid than those of Qiu Yao and the others just now. It could be said that there was a fundamental difference. As soon as he made his move, he immediately suppressed everyone's truth Tao laws. There was a trend that when his truth Tao appeared, all truth Tao laws would be changed. Lan Jinlong's truth Tao laws were obviously stronger than everyone else's. As soon as he made his move, it was completely above everyone else. The brilliance of the truth Tao, which was already very dazzling, was now sublimated to the extreme and became extremely brilliant. Behind Lan Zhenglong, there was a huge phantom chanting something. It turned out to be all his understanding of the truth Tao. Although he had just crossed the celestial realm and his strength was still a little unstable, it was clear that he was definitely above many experts at the half-step celestial realm. Under Lan Jinglong's suppression, the truth Tao of these half-step celestial realm experts was a little sluggish. However, Qiu Yao and the others were not angry, because from Lan Jinglong's truth Tao, they faintly felt that they had a lot of understanding. If this continued, they would also be able to understand the celestial realm more. In this case, when they wanted to step into the celestial realm in the future, it would be much easier. Lan Zhenglong was somewhat proud of himself as he looked at Ding Batong. Ding Batong had just said that he wasn't Yi Shiwen's match. This matter was still fresh in his mind, and it made him quite unhappy. His gaze was full of provocation. Ding Batong sneered and was about to make his move, but then he heard Xiao Dingfang say, "Then it's my turn." Boom! Xiao Dingfang's body instantly released an incomparably strong aura, mixed with the truth Tao laws, blossoming with a dazzling brilliance covering the sky. For a moment, his aura surged, and the aura of Lan Zhenglong faintly seemed to be clashing, confronting each other in midair. Two auras that belonged to the celestial realm collided, bursting with dazzling brilliance, all of which were the purest understanding of the truth Tao. What was different from Lan Jinglong's suppression just now was that they were both at the celestial realm, but Xiao Dingfang's comprehension was not inferior to Lan Jinglong's at all. Chapter 1403. When one's cultivation had reached such a level, everyone was extremely firm. Whether their own path was right or wrong, they were extremely firm, and they all firmly believed that their path was right. It was like two people who were stuck in a dead end bumping into each other. They had completely different understandings of the same problem, and the difference in these understandings was what truly created the difference in everyone's Tao. This was also the case when 100 flowers blossomed. Unless one's path was much stronger than the others, it would be impossible to truly convince the other party. However, as the saying goes, the more the truth was debated, the clearer it became. The others could comprehend something that belonged to them from two completely different paths, and they could even comprehend something that belonged to them from each other's path. It was not that they had given up on their own path, but that they would absorb more things to perfect their own path. The aura on the two of them became stronger and stronger, faintly covering all the light. When experts of the celestial realm discussed the path, even the sky and earth changed color. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared behind them, completely condensing the great path that they had comprehended. They were competing with each other, and neither was willing to admit defeat. Just as the battle between the two of them reached its climax, Ding Batong, who had been watching from the side, finally made his move. In an instant, hundreds of rules of the great path swept out from his body, like a ferocious dragon. As soon as he made his move, he suppressed the great path of the two of them. This did not mean that the great path of the two of them was wrong, but it was obvious that Ding Batong was a level stronger than the two of them. The great path of 3 experts of the celestial realm and a few experts half a step into the late stage of the celestial realm collided with each other. Dazzling brilliance fell like a rain of light, falling in all directions. All the comprehensions fell, and many people had great gains. They sat cross-legged on the spot, and some even broke through on the spot. In the face of the collision of the great path of 3 experts of the celestial realm, Qiu Yao and the others immediately turned pale. Originally, when only Lan Zhenlong attacked, they could still fight together, but now there was no way to fight against 3 experts of the celestial realm at the same time. However, they could not withdraw at this time and had to forcibly hold on. Otherwise, if their own path was broken, it would probably be difficult for them to make any progress in the future. Every warrior who could cultivate to this level had strong confidence in themselves. They believed that their Tao was right. However, if they were suppressed by a Tao that was much more tyrannical than their own, they might lose this confidence. They might even think that someone else's Tao was right. When that time came, it wouldn't be as simple as being seriously injured. Their cultivation might even regress, and they might never be able to make any progress again for the rest of their lives. Yi Shiwen, I heard that when you competed in the Hidden Dragon list, you shone brilliantly and killed many experts of my Wang clan. I want to see what you're capable of. Wang Jinfei sneered and directly released the aura that belonged to his own great path. Suddenly, the aura of spiritual qi spread out, directly overriding the many auras. In the collision of the great path, Wang Jinfei had completely suppressed everyone present. He was not a master of the younger generation. He was obviously much older than Ding Batong and the others, especially in the younger generation. A difference of 100 years could mean a world of difference, especially in the understanding of the great path, which all depended on the accumulation of time. The combat power of the younger generation might be enough to compete with the older generation. But when it came to the understanding of the great path, it was impossible to surpass the understanding of the older generation. This was the role of time, irreplaceable. If it was just a fight, Wang Jinfei believed that it would take a lot of effort to defeat Yi Shiwen, but it was just a confrontation of the great path, which would instead make his advantage in age appear to be irreplaceable. There was a bit of a grin at the corner of his mouth. Do you dare to show your great path? If you don't, there will be a shadow in your heart in the future. People with the mental block, no matter how strong they are, sooner or later they will die. If you dare to show your great path, it will be even better. See if I don't completely break your great path. Then I will see what you can be proud of at that time. In terms of age, he was several times that of Yi Shiwen. In terms of realm, he was at the peak of the first level of the celestial realm, while Yi Shiwen was only at the early stage of the half-step celestial realm. No matter from which aspect, he would definitely win. Yi Shiwen. Oh, Yi Shiwen, you wanted to use this opportunity to win over these people, but you didn't think that you would dig a big hole for yourself, and you had to jump into it. Thinking of this, Wang Jinfei was unusually proud. Originally, he wanted to find a way to deal with Yi Shiwen, but he did not expect that Yi Shiwen would jump out like this, which was great. Yi Shiwen looked at the grinning Wang Jinfei. How could he not know what Wang Jinfei was planning? It was nothing more than forcibly breaking his own way. At that time, even if he was not a cripple, he would not be able to continue to make progress on the great path in this life. After all, if the great path was forced, it meant that he would have doubts about whether his own way was correct or not. If even he did not believe in it, how could he possibly walk to the end? Although it was just a friendly match. But if Yi Shiwen really wanted to break through, what could he do? Brother Yi, don't fight head-on with Brother Wang. At this time, Qiu Yao transmitted her voice to Yi Shiwen. Her face was a little anxious. Everyone present could see Wang Jinfei's plan, but they all looked like they were watching a good show. They also wanted to see how much weight Yi Shiwen, who had recently become famous in the world, had. Most importantly, This was also a contest between Yi family and Wang family. But she was different. She was a real disciple of Heavenly Rain Palace, unlike Wang Jinfei, who had the identity of a Wang family's child. If Yi family and Wang family used Heavenly Rain Palace as a battlefield to fight, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for Heavenly Rain Palace. So even if some of the high-level people of Heavenly Rain Palace wanted to rely on Wang family, they had to carefully test Yi family's reaction and did not dare to act arbitrarily. If Yi Shiwen, the top master of Yi family's younger generation, was crippled here, then Yi family would have a reason to take action. Under the anger, Heavenly Rain Palace would desperately cling to Wang family's thigh, and there would be no other way. This kind of self-destructive behavior, as long as one was smart, no one would do it. Don't worry. Yi Shiwen just smiled and glanced at Qiu Yao and said with a slight smile. Yi Shiwen directly felt Wang Jinfei's sharp aura directly shrouding Yi Shiwen's body. The great path laws in Yi Shiwen's body faintly stirred, seemingly because it was provoked by Wang Jinfei's great path laws and wanted to fight back. Yi Shiwen did not suppress it, but directly released the aura of great path laws. Boom! An incomparably overbearing aura swept out in an instant, and in an instant it collided with Wang Jinfei's aura in the air. Different from Wang Jinfei's slightly sharp aura, Yi Shiwen's aura seemed more overbearing. What was called great path without edge. It was exactly like Yi Shiwen. Around Yi Shiwen's body, the great path laws faintly condensed into the shadow of an overlord. The overlord lifted the cauldron. That overbearing and peerless aura instantly suppressed all the other Daos. Yi Shiwen's great path laws were incomparably overbearing, especially after practicing tyrant body scripture. It simply could not tolerate the slightest bit of violation. No matter how much he practiced, tyrant body scripture could even absorb all other energy and was incomparably powerful. Yi Shiwen's great path was the same, a heavy sword without an edge. But at that time there would be a strong sense of oppression and would firmly suppress many great path laws. This had startled many people who were paying attention to this side. It didn't matter how Yi Shiwen had obtained the ranking in the all-knowing scholar's hidden dragon list. He might have the fighting prowess, but it didn't mean that he had the same level of comprehension in the Great Way. This was matched with one's personal experience and time. For example, although Wang Jinfei's fighting strength was not necessarily stronger than Ding Budong's, in terms of comprehension of the Great Path laws, he firmly suppressed Ding Budong's Great Path laws. However, Yi Shiwen was even more abnormal, and his overbearing Great Path laws instantly suppressed Wang Jinfei's Great Path laws. Moreover, it was incomparably vigorous, and did not lose to Wang Jinfei in the slightest. In fact, it was even stronger than him. This is impossible. Wang Jinfei was suddenly shocked. One's fighting strength could be increased in various ways, but one's comprehension of the Great Path laws couldn't be faked. He also considered himself a genius, and he was several hundred years older than Yi Shiwen. However, his comprehension of the Great Path laws couldn't catch up with Yi Shiwen's, and this made him extremely shocked. What's impossible about this? Yi Shiwen sneered, and the shadow of an overlord behind him began to recite his Great Path laws unceasingly, just like a deity. This Great Path laws were completely different from those of the previous Great Path laws. It was overbearing, but incomparably vigorous. Wang Jinfei actually wanted to use the Great Path laws to defeat Yi Shiwen. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Yi Shiwen had a mysterious space in his body. Even though Yi Shiwen was not old, he still relied on the mysterious space to have an unimaginable realm comprehension. In addition, during this period of time, Yi Shiwen's understanding of the Great Path laws had improved by leaps and bounds, and it was simply impossible to compete with him in this. There was a slight sneer at the corner of his mouth, and the aura of his body became more and more intense. His overbearing aura also began to gradually soar into the sky and crush down towards Wang Jinfei's Great Path laws without mercy. At this time, several other great path laws were also surprised that Yi Shiwen actually had such a profound understanding of the great path laws. They were incomparably shocked, but they also understood that Yi Shiwen was targeting Wang Jinfei and not them. They quickly restrained their own great path laws in order to avoid being implicated. Soon, only Yi Shiwen and Wang Jinfei's great path laws were left in the sky. Boom! Yi Shiwen's overbearing aura completely crushed Wang Jinfei's great path laws as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Puff! Wang Jinfei spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes widened. You actually broke my great path laws! Chapter 1404. Puff! Wang Jinfei spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes widened. You actually broke my Tao! Everyone's Tao was the firmest thing in their heart, and it could not be easily broken. But now Wang Jinfei's Tao was easily broken by Yi Shiwen, and it was not a small one, but a big one, which directly made him lose confidence in his own Tao. His eyes, which were originally full of vigor, were now suddenly dimmed. For a moment, his future became unclear, and it was somewhat like what people said, a feeling of a dead heart. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect that Yi Shiwen really dared to destroy Wang Jinfei's Tao. It was simply audacious. Wang Jinfei was not only a disciple of the Heavenly Rain Palace, but also supported by the Wang clan, which was even more powerful than the Yi clan. Yi Shiwen was not afraid at all. Compared to Yi Shiwen's courage to really destroy Wang Jinfei, what surprised everyone even more was that Yi Shiwen actually had the ability to destroy Wang Jinfei. The Tao of a warrior at the early stage of the half-step celestial realm could actually break the Tao of a master at the peak of the first level of the celestial realm. No matter how they looked at this matter, they felt that the world was so crazy. Not only the people who were using divine senses to explore outside, but even Qiu Yao, Zhao Dingfang, and the others who were in the position at this time, they also said with a look of disbelief, simply could not believe that there would be such a situation. In their view, Yi Shiwen's Tao could contend with Wang Jinfei's Tao and not be convinced by his Tao, and was broken by his Tao, which was already extremely amazing. Now, they did not expect that it would be such a situation. Wang Jinfei's Tao was already superior to everyone, and could be raised to a higher level of understanding of the Tao in every aspect. But it was actually broken by Yi Shiwen with one blow. Then, to what extent did this Yi Shiwen's Tao have to be to instantly make Wang Jinfei speechless and think that his Tao was indeed not as good as Yi Shiwen's Tao? And if it was a big break, then it was definitely not just saying that his Tao was not as good as Yi Shiwen's, but fundamentally doubting his own Tao. Yi Shiwen was right, and Wang Jinfei was wrong. To actually have such a degree of thinking. This was especially true for Qiu Yao. She had originally planned to help him when he couldn't hold on any longer. However, she hadn't expected that the situation would be reversed. Everything had happened so quickly that she didn't even have the time to help Wang Jinfei. Originally, the Yi family didn't want Yi Shiwen to have an accident, but now that Wang Jinfei had an accident, how could the Wang family let it go? Among these people, only Ding Batong was the calmest, as if he had already expected it. He had seen with his own eyes the awe-inspiring power of Yi Shiwen beheading a Heaven Realm expert on the Wind King planet. How could a mere half-step Heaven Realm warrior kill a Heaven Realm expert by luck? That was naturally a joke. Even if one relied on combat power without sufficient comprehension of the realm, how could one control such combat power? Therefore, from the beginning, he was not optimistic about Wang Jinfei at all. Sure enough, everything was as he had expected. Yi Shiwen had easily suppressed Wang Jinfei. For him, only those who were also ranked on the Hidden Dragon list were qualified to be looked upon highly by him. How could those who had never been to the Wind King planet understand the fierceness and cruelty of the battles on the Wind King planet? Someone who could make a name for himself there was someone they could humiliate? A sneer involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. What did it mean to be a frog at the bottom of a well? This was it. The Great Way is heartless. It is common to destroy and create something new. Brother Wang is too stubborn, Yi Shiwen said lightly, as if he didn't care about what had just happened. What did it mean to establish dominance? This was establishing dominance. You, Wang Jinfei, clenched his teeth. You're courting death. Wang Jinfei roared, and an incomparably terrifying aura instantly enveloped Yi Shiwen's body. Although his Taoist heart had been broken, and his strength would regress, it wasn't now. If he could maintain it well, not only would he not regress, he would even be able to maintain it. Right now, his cultivation that belonged to the peak of the first level of the heaven realm had completely erupted. He hated Yi Shiwen to the core. Breaking his Taoist heart, if he wasn't a cripple from now on, it would be more or less the same. Although the first level of the heaven realm could still be considered a high position and authority, he had lost the possibility of advancing to the next level from now on. In other words, his future path had been severed, and he had no hope of achieving immortality. How could he not hate Yi Shiwen? Die, I must make you die. Even if the Yi clan is furious, I must make you accompany me in death. It would be best if I could cause the Yi clan and the Wang clan to fight. So what if the people were plunged into misery and suffering? It would be best if I could vent my anger. The Taoist heart was the foundation of a martial artist's cultivation. His Taoist heart was forced by Yi Shiwen, and he was instantly possessed by the inner demon. His eyes were already clouded. Brother Wang, I think you've already been possessed by the inner demon. It's best to go back and meditate to eliminate this hidden danger. Yi Shiwen said unhurriedly, not caring in the slightest. The Taoist heart was forced, and it was easy for the inner demon to take advantage of it. If he was not careful, it would even be a matter of minutes for him to go berserk. This is all your fault. If I can't kill you, my heart will not be at ease. Wang Jinfei said, gnashing his teeth. There was still a way to recover from a broken Taoist heart, and that was to kill this person. In that case, not only would the originally broken Taoist heart be restored, but it would also be even more fervent. Boom! Wang Jinfei's figure suddenly flew out like a cannonball and instantly blasted in front of Yi Shiwen. At this time, Zhao Dingfang, Ding Batong, and the others hurriedly used their strength to protect the restaurant. Otherwise, the powerful aura alone could destroy the entire restaurant. And at this time, Yi Shiwen directly turned into a ball of golden light and flashed past. After a while, his voice had already appeared outside the restaurant. Today's discussion, I have gained a lot. I hope to go back and meditate in seclusion. Thank you all for coming. After saying that, his whole person had disappeared into the sky. Bastard! Wang Jinfei's figure jumped out, but he could not keep up with Yi Shiwen's speed. Wang Jinfei's angry roar rippled out, and the tyrannical aura of the celestial being realm directly swept out. Another crippled. Ding Batong calmly stood up and said, Unfortunately, this brother Yi has broken Brother Wang's Taoist heart. I am afraid the Wang family will not let this matter go. Qiu Yao said with a frown, So what? There is no possibility of reconciliation between the Wang family and the Yi family. If your heavenly rain palace wants to wander between the two strong forces, be careful not to play with fire and burn yourself. Ding Batong said lightly, Moreover, this Wang Jinfei is also unwise. If he had been ruthless from the beginning, he might have had a chance. Unfortunately, he is too indecisive and even wanted to follow the rules. He is too confident in himself and also a kind of stupidity. Ding Budong's evaluation of Wang Jinfei was not the slightest bit lenient. The word stupidity was the biggest evaluation of him. On the other hand, this Yi Shiwen is tyrannical, but at the same time he is also ruthless and does not hesitate to do things. I do not know how many times stronger he is compared to Wang Jinfei. Forget it. What's the use of saying these things? Soon, the news of Wang Jinfei's Tao heart being destroyed by Yi Shiwen spread all of a sudden, and the entire heavenly rain palace was boiling. Everyone understood that the battle between Yi family and Wang family had entered a white-hot stage. but it was undeniable that the effect brought about by the arrival of a large number of masters of Wang family was also completely destroyed by Yi Xuan's strength. It was not that Wang Jinfei was not as ruthless as him, but that he was stronger than Wang Jinfei. Although the high-level members of both sides had not yet fought, but just the fight between the younger generation was enough for many people to make their own judgment. At this time, everyone no longer talked about the Wang family, but began to talk about the Yi family. Yi Xuan also became famous during this period of time, especially those disciples of the Heavenly Rain Palace who had gained a lot of benefits from the Truth Discussion Conference. They began to speak up for Yi Xuan. Anyway, whether it was the Wang family or the Yi family, for these low-level disciples, they were undoubtedly two distant existences. The battle between the two sides was too fleeting for them. These people did not need to consider the reaction of the two families. They just spoke, based on their hearts. Although the Wang family had also beheaded many masters of the Cold Whale clan and the Mountain Sea Pavilion, which had great benefits for the Heavenly Rain Palace. It was only for the Heavenly Rain Palace. What did it have to do with them? And at this time, the high-level members of the Sea clan who had been silent for a long time finally spoke. These masters of various sects who came to support were all sent to different battlefronts. These masters of various sects who came to support originally came to help. So naturally, they would not just watch and do nothing. With the strength of Yi Qiong and the others, it was very easy for them to guard one side. And Yi Xuan soon received the dispatch order from the Heavenly Rain Palace. Since they came to support, they naturally had to obey the order. However, after all, they were not disciples of the Heavenly Rain Palace. So if they felt that the order was too absurd, they could also refuse. Yi Xuan held the order and quickly arrived on a desolate island. At this time, he found that there were already people waiting for him. These people were none other than Ding Batong, Zhao Dingfang, Lan Zhenglong, and Qiu Yao. These 4 people, including himself, made a total of 5 people. Brother Yi is here. Seeing Yi Xuan's arrival, Qiu Yao quickly stepped forward and said, "Why are you all gathered here?" Yi Xuan was a little puzzled. Although the leader of the Heavenly Rain Palace was here, why did he gather all of them together? It's like this for a period of time in the future. We should be working together. Qiu Yao said, Chapter 1405. It's like this. We should be working together for a while in the future. Qiu Yao said, Soon. Qiu Yao explained to everyone that they would form a special task force to carry out some special tasks. They didn't have any special opinions about this. Anyway, they were just here to help or to gain experience. Among these people, Qiu Yao was the only warrior in the late stage of the half-step celestial realm. Although Yi Xuan wasn't, his combat strength had undoubtedly stepped into the celestial realm. However, among these people, the one responsible for organizing and coordinating was Qiu Yao. There was no other reason, because she was a disciple of the Heavenly Rain Palace and the master here. Everyone, according to the discussion between the higher-ups of our Heavenly Rain Palace and the elders, we will form a special task force. Qiu Yao glanced at everyone and said, everyone who wasn't familiar with each other began to get familiar after the discussion. This time our task is to destroy a mine set up by the Cold Whale clan in the sea and kill them all. After destroying it, we can retreat. Qiu Yao said, this isn't a problem at all. There's no need for so many of us to come together. Lan Zhenglong said with some dissatisfaction, Celestial Realm experts weren't that cheap. Any Celestial Realm expert was enough to take charge of an area. They were the backbone and pillar of any sect. Now that so many Celestial Realm experts were gathered together, it was more or less like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It's like this. Because this mine is very close to the Cold Whale clan's territory, it can be said that it won't take long for a large number of Cold Whale clan experts to come to help. We naturally don't doubt your strength, but considering that we need to solve everything cleanly in a short period of time, we still gathered everyone together. Qiu Yao said. Everyone was silent for a moment and agreed with Qiu Yao's words. Indeed, their strength was more than enough to raid a stronghold. Even if there were celestial realm experts in the other side's mine, they could retreat unscathed. After all, they weren't ordinary celestial realm experts. Being able to cultivate to the celestial realm in a few hundred years was already shocking enough. But if it was to destroy everything in the shortest time possible, they didn't have the confidence to do so. This was the way of the assassin. Once the attack failed, they would immediately flee 1,000 miles away. Then let's go, don't waste any more time, Ding Butong said lightly. Everyone then stepped on the waves and rushed into the sea. At their level of cultivation, there was naturally no obstacle for them in the sky or in the water. This mine should have been opened not too long ago. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so long to discover it. Since it's close to the Frost Whale tribe's territory, we didn't touch them to avoid alerting them, Qiu Yao said while moving stealthily to avoid the waves. Although it was easy to be ambushed by enemy forces while mining, no one knew how long this battle would last. In this case, it would be better to mine while fighting. Even if they had to fight until the end of time, it wouldn't affect their mining. Some of the mines closest to their territories were already full of mines, but as they finished mining the nearby mines, they had no choice but to expand outwards. At this time, the three parties realized that they might be mining the same mineral vein. Thus, disputes arose, and they even fought over it. The 5 of them were all extremely powerful, and soon they had walked far away. Kill! 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 At this time, a burst of battle cries came. In the distance, 2 armies arranged themselves in battle formation. It was the clan soldiers of the Frost Whale tribe and the Tau soldiers of the Heavenly Rain Palace. Although the Frost Whale tribe was more like fish in water, the Heavenly Rain Palace had been in the endless sea for many years. Their martial arts had long been inseparable from the water path. For a while, the 2 sides were evenly matched. Terrible waves came constantly, forming turbulent waves on the sea, and chaotic clouds pierced through the sky. Don't worry about them. Our goal is to take down that mine. There's a battle here, so we can sneak in easily, Yi Shiwen said. The battle here caused continuous fluctuations, but it could conceal their aura so that they could sneak in easily. Everyone nodded. They took a detour and soon arrived at this mining site. Yi Shiwen felt that there were all kinds of sentries stationed several hundred miles away from this mining site. They had sealed up the entire area within a radius of 100 miles from this mining site. The Frost Whale tribe had done a very good job in this regard, and they had already formed a custom for many years. At this time, Zhao Dingfang frowned and said, "What should we do? The masters of the Frost Whale tribe have obviously strengthened their defense. Are we going to force our way in?" At this time, Lan Zhenglong said disdainfully, "Let's force our way in. Anyway, these are just some small fries. It's nothing." Ding Butong said, "But if there are masters among them, we won't be able to achieve the goal of a surprise attack today. At that time, they will definitely strengthen their defense, and it will be even more difficult for us to make a move." Ding Butong said, "Even if there were experts inside, with their strength, they would naturally be able to escape unscathed. However, if they were to alarm those people, they would increase their vigilance and attract the attention of heaven-tier experts. If that were to happen, they would not have any chance to escape. They were able to launch a surprise attack, to a large extent, because they guessed that the defense of the other side should not be very tight, so there should be no celestial realm masters. Otherwise, it would not be so troublesome." At this time, Yi Shiwen opened his mouth and said, "How about this? I will go in first and investigate. If there are no masters, then we will make a move. It will not be too late." Everyone thought about it and felt that this was also a safe way. Yi Shiwen immediately no longer hesitated, directly converged all the breath on his body, and instantly sneaked in. Everyone's face was a little stunned because they found that they had no way to use their spirit to perceive Yi Shiwen. Even if they clearly saw him standing in front of them, there was no way to discover him. They could not help but be a little surprised. Yi Shiwen's ability to hold his breath and concentrate was also superb. Yi Shiwen did not know what the people behind him were thinking. After entering the range of the mine, he directly held his breath and concentrate, directly integrated with the surrounding sea currents and sneaked in. With his current strength, coupled with the fact that he had activated the breath control technique, and the fact that he was at the bottom of the sea in such a dark environment, he would basically not be discovered by anyone. Even if someone did see him, they would only think that he was a rock. Soon, Yi Shiwen had already sneaked near the mine. At this time, above and below the mine, many laborers were constantly mining the spirit crystals on the mineral vein, mining out bit by bit. These laborers were all captives captured by the Cold Whale clan, as well as some of their vassal clans. They were all tall and strong, but their strength was not necessarily outstanding. There were also many Cold Whale clan supervisors at the side, supervising these miners. Their shouts spread throughout the entire bottom of the sea. Yi Shiwen slowly sneaked in and just wanted to continue to explore. Suddenly, a loud sound of water breaking came from the sky, and a few figures landed on the spot. Among them, the person in the lead looked middle-aged, with an extraordinary bearing, and behind him were also several powerful masters. What was frightening was that these people turned out to be masters of the celestial realm. And what made Yi Shiwen even more surprised was that he found that the middle-aged man in the lead was none other than the master of the Wang clan this time, Wang Li. Why is he here? Yi Shiwen suddenly had some doubts in his heart. What made Yi Shiwen even more puzzled was that these masters of the Cold Whale clan were completely indifferent to the arrival of the Wang clan, as if they had been notified. Could it be that the Wang clan colluded with these people of the Cold Whale clan? This was Yi Shiwen's first reaction, but when he thought of this, he suddenly felt a faint chill. If this was really the case, then it was really bad. If the Wang clan did not come to help the Heavenly Rain Palace, with their ability, wouldn't the Heavenly Rain Palace immediately fall apart? Haha, Mr. Wang, welcome. At this time, a forthright voice came from the mine. Then, a stalwart figure jumped out, middle-aged, covered in scales, judging from his breath. He was a master of the celestial realm of the Cold Whale clan. Soon, the Wang clan and this celestial realm master of the Cold Whale clan immediately entered the depths of the mine. Yi Shiwen did not think much at once and immediately followed, but constantly operated the restraining breath technique, converged all the breath on his body, and then quietly followed. Soon he followed, but heard Wang Li say, "What a big deal. The mine here can probably provide a lot of spirit crystals every year." "These are all small fortunes, nothing," said the master of the Cold Whale clan. "Compared to the wealth and power of the Wang clan, what we have is nothing at all. If you don't take one step at a time, you can't reach 1,000 miles in a step. Any wealth is accumulated bit by bit like this," said Wang Li with a wave of his hand. "Mr. Wang is wise, but last time Mr. Wang sent someone to say that you can persuade the Heavenly Rain Palace to give up the fight for the spirit crystal mine. Is it true?" asked the master of the Cold Whale clan, tentatively. Asking the Heavenly Rain Palace to give up the fight for the spirit crystal mine, Yi Shiwen immediately became vigilant. After all, this spirit crystal mine already involved tens of trillions of spirit crystals. For any force, this was not a small number. How could they give up? This was impossible, no matter how he thought about it. Chapter 1406. Tens of trillions of spirit crystals wasn't a small number. In fact, it was enough to create hundreds of geniuses. Even Yi Shiwen, a prodigal who regarded spirit crystals as dirt, didn't know when he would be able to completely consume these spirit crystals. How could Heavenly Rain Palace give up such a huge amount of wealth? Otherwise, they would not invite others to help. Did they really think that they came to help for free? Afterwards, Heavenly Rain Palace would certainly pay a high price as a reward. A celestial realm master was worth this price, and now they actually wanted Heavenly Rain Palace to give up these spirit crystals. How could the Wang family be so sure? This is naturally true. I will not joke about this kind of thing, Wang Li said, standing with his hands behind his back. However, This wealth of billions of spirit crystals may not be in the eyes of your Wong family, but for my Cold Whale clan, Heavenly Rain Palace, or even Mountain Sea Pavilion, it is a huge fortune. How could they just give it up? This Cold Whale clan master obviously did not believe it. In fact, anyone would not believe it when they encountered this kind of thing. This matter is confidential, but since you and I are cooperating, then there are some things that I can let you know. Wang Li said. This time Yi clan sent a master. You know, these years, Heavenly Rain Palace has been constantly expanding its territory with the support of Yi clan. Even your 2 clans have been affected. So it is like this. Why does Wang family plan to support my Cold Whale clan? That Cold Whale clan master had a somewhat mocking expression on his face. That is naturally impossible. My Wang family is a big clan of the human race. Now that we are cooperating with you, it is already a big taboo, let alone supporting you. Wang Li quickly shook his head and said, he was not that muddle-headed. This matter itself was already very risky. If it was accidentally discovered, the Wang family would fall into the situation of being the target of public criticism. Humans were besieged on all sides, enemies on all sides, so they were particularly sensitive to this kind of thing. Then what do you want? Said the Cold Whale clan master. I want you to cooperate and kill all the experts from the Yi family, especially that Yi Qiong, who is one of the Yi family's 5 hegemons. If he dies, the Yi family will definitely be furious. At that time, the Heavenly Rain Palace will have no choice but to rely on my Wang family. At that time, if we want them to give up fighting for the spirit crystal mine, they can only obediently listen to us. Wang Li said, Good plan, really good plan. At that time, the Heavenly Rain Palace will have already offended the Yi family to death. At that time, they can only listen to your Wang family. At that time, you will be able to need them as you wish. The eyes of that Frost Whale clan expert suddenly lit up, and he clicked his tongue in wonder. Even Yi Shiwen was slightly surprised. If they really got what they wanted, then perhaps they would really succeed. Ordinary experts might be fine. But when it came to the 5 hegemons, who were deep-rooted existences of the Yi family, and were expected to inherit the position of the clan lord in the future, the death of any one of them would endlessly shake the entire Yi family. At that time, in order to resist the Yi family's wrath, the Heavenly Rain Palace really had no other choice but to fully rely on the Wang family. At that time, Wang Li's prediction would be spot on. This old guy's plan couldn't be said to be bad. Yi Shiwen felt a slight chill in his heart. These people of the Wang family were always scheming against their Yi family. However, it wouldn't have mattered if they didn't know about it. Since they already knew about it, then they certainly couldn't let them succeed. Such good conditions. Then what do you want us to do? The Frost Whale clan expert said. It's very simple. I want you to dispatch experts. Our Wang family has also dispatched many experts this time, but we certainly won't dispatch all of them. We will only assist you from the side. The main force of this attack will be you. I believe that the Frost Whale clan is so big, so it shouldn't be a problem to dispatch some experts. Wang Li said at this time, It's really a good plan. We will dispatch experts, and when the time comes, the casualties will be ours, and you will be able to sit back and reap the benefits, and bring the Heavenly Rain Palace under your command. That Frost Whale clan expert sneered and said, What do you mean by sit back and reap the benefits? Isn't the spirit crystal mine a compensation? Wang Li said unhappily, such a large amount of wealth, even for our Wang family, is not a small amount. Our sincerity should be enough. In the end, whether this spirit crystal mine will fall into the hands of our Frost Whale clan is not certain. Moreover, the people of the Mountain Sea Pavilion are eyeing us covetously from the side. The expert from the Frost Whale clan was no fool. There was no way he would agree to be cannon fodder for Wang Li. That's none of our business. Our Wang family doesn't care about the matters of the Mountain Sea Pavilion. Moreover, even so, without the Heavenly Rain Palace, won't you have one less great competitor? Even if you each divide it equally, It's still much better than splitting it among 3 forces," Wang Li said lightly. In his heart, there was a bit of disdain. How could their Wang family give up tens of trillions of spirit crystals, let alone give it to their sea race? They were just giving them a taste of the sweetness first. When the Wang family brought the Heavenly Rain Palace under their command, they could send a large number of experts here. What Frost Whale clan? What Mountain Sea Pavilion? If they dared to stand in front of the Wang family, only death awaited them. They actually dared to scheme in front of the Wang family. They really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. As for the agreement, Wang Li didn't care at all. Anyway, agreements were meant to be torn apart. As long as the Wang family still possessed great strength, who would dare to say a word against them? He was also clear that the expert from the Cold Whale clan in front of him didn't believe him from the start. The 2 of them were simply making promises to each other. In fact, no one would believe in such empty words. In the ancient Barrens continent, there was only one thing that could be relied on, and that was strength. Only strength could guarantee one's survival. Who would believe in an agreement? Moreover, it was a verbal secret agreement. No one would believe in an agreement made by a sea race and a human race. Even if the Frost Whale clan wanted to report the Wang family, as long as the Wang family turned hostile and denied it completely, what could the Frost Whale clan do? We can't be such a spendthrift. Besides, the Frost Whale clan isn't the only one who benefited from this matter. The Mountain Sea Pavilion can't stay out of this, right? They will definitely send their experts. Together with the experts from the Wang family, the 3 of us will work together and completely eliminate the experts from the Yi family, said the Frost Whale clan expert. Wang Li pondered for a moment. His eyes flickered, but he quickly said, "What you said makes sense." Then it settled. "I will think of a way to let the higher-ups of the Heavenly Rain Palace gather the experts from the Yi family together. This way, it'll be easier to eliminate them all. We won't care about these matters. We'll leave everything to the Wang family," said the Frost Whale clan expert. "If that's the case, I'll contact the people from the Mountain Sea Pavilion first. I'll take my leave first." Wang Li cupped his hands and said, "Then goodbye," said the sea race expert with a nod. After seeing Wang Li and the others leave, the water around the sea race expert fluctuated, and a figure slowly appeared. It was another top expert of the Frost Whale clan. His whole body was covered with fine scales. "Elder, this Wang Li can't be trusted. I can feel that his heart is vicious," said the newly appeared sea race expert. The sea race elder just smiled and said indifferently, "What's wrong with that? In this cooperation, we all have our own ulterior motives. Wang Li is scheming against us, but aren't we scheming against them? Wang Li wants to use us to eliminate the experts of the Yi family, so that the Heavenly Rain Palace can completely rely on the Wang family. However, the Yi family has been operating in the Heavenly Rain Palace for so many years. Their influence is huge enough to shake the entire Heavenly Rain Palace. At that time, the Wang family and the Heavenly Rain Palace will have to face the counterattack of the forces belonging to the Yi family in the Heavenly Rain Palace. So what if the Heavenly Rain Palace falls into the hands of the Wang family? A half-crippled Heavenly Rain Palace won't pose any threat at all. Even if the Wang family wants to turn hostile and fight for the spiritual crystal mine again, so what? This is the Endless Sea region. According to the agreement between the sea race and the human race, the human race's forces in the ancient Barrens continent can't directly extend their hands into the Endless Sea region. With just a half-crippled Heavenly Rain Palace and some help from the Wang family, how could they be our opponents? At that time, when we swallow the spiritual crystal mine, our strength will improve by leaps and bounds. At that time, even if the Wang family has the support of the Wang family, do you think the Heavenly Rain Palace can threaten our clan? Elder is wise, said the sea race expert. This isn't wise at all. It's just an overt plot. However, the Wang family's appetite is a little too big. Not only do they want to control the Heavenly Rain Palace, but they also want to extend their hands into the spiritual crystal mine. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the chance to scheme against them," said the Sea Race elder with a sneer. "All right, I have to return to the clan to report this news. I'll leave this place to you. Be careful. The Heavenly Rain Palace might not be safe in the near future." "Yes," said the Sea Race Heaven Realm expert with a nod. With that, the Sea Clan's elder disappeared into the horizon on a streak of light. Yi Shiwen didn't move at all. Fortunately, he had come in to investigate. If he had rushed in so carelessly, he might have been wiped out by the Sea Race elder, Wang Qi, and the others. Regardless of whether it was Wang Qi or the Sea Race expert, they were undoubtedly experts of the Heaven Realm. If he were to encounter them, he might not be able to break out of the encirclement even after suffering heavy casualties. Thinking of this, Yi Shiwen didn't stay any longer. He slowly left the depths of the mine and headed outside. Chapter 1407. What he heard this time was enough to shock Yi Shiwen. The Wang clan was actually plotting such a thing in the dark. In fact, it was not strange for the Wang clan to plot against the Yi clan. Wasn't the Yi clan also plotting the same thing? The real problem was that they actually wanted to join hands with the Cold Whale clan and the Mountain Sea Pavilion. If they joined hands, it would definitely be a disaster for the Yi clan. However, that was under the condition that the Yi clan didn't know about it. Now that Yi Shiwen knew about it, the situation would be different. Yi Shiwen sneered. His figure had already swept out of the mine area. Ding Batong and the others were waiting for him. "How is it? Did you find anything?" Zhao Dingfang asked. "There should be a Celestial Realm Master inside. He is definitely at the second level of the Celestial Realm." Yi Shiwen was talking about the master of the Cold Whale clan, who had appeared next to the elder of the Cold Whale clan. Everyone began to look a bit serious. The strength of the second level of the Celestial Realm was obviously stronger than the current group. "No problem. After all, we have 4 people here. Zhao Dingfang, Lan Zhenglong, and I will stop him. Yi Shiwen, you and Qiu Yao will attack together. Without this Celestial Realm Master, the others will not be a match for you. Wait until you destroy the mine, then come and meet with us. At that time, with your strength, it will not be a problem for us to retreat." Ding Batong said. Everyone didn't hesitate, although the strength of the opposite party was above Yi Shiwen and the others. But after all, they were Heaven's pride experts. Even if the strength of the opposite party was higher than them, they would still dare to fight alone, let alone so many people. "Well, then let's do it," Yi Shiwen said. As he said that, countless water began to condense in his hand, instantly forming a water sword. The strong fluctuations immediately attracted the attention of the patrolling Cold Whale clan masters. Whoosh! 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 This water sword split into countless sword lights in the sea water. These sword lights were hidden in the sea water and instantly cut through the sea water. These hidden sentries were almost instantly beheaded by Yi Shiwen. Even the hidden sentries couldn't hide from Yi Shiwen's eyes. "Kill!" Yi Shiwen shouted loudly, and everyone rushed in. "Who are you? How dare you make trouble in the territory of the Frost Whale clan?" At that moment, a huge hand shot out from the sky to grab them. It was none other than the Frost Whale clan's expert at the Heaven tier. He wanted to kill all of them with one move. "Yi Shiwen, leave this to us. You and Qiu Yao will take care of everything else." As Ding Batong spoke, he directly attacked. An iron sword appeared in his hand, and with a single slash, countless beams of sword light shot towards the giant hand. At this moment, Lan Zhenglong and Zhao Dingfang quickly took action. Boom! The combined attack of the 3 of them collided with the huge hand in the air, and a terrifying power burst forth. Countless amounts of seawater directly swept up into a waterspout, rumbling in all directions. Whoosh! A figure jumped out of the mine and rushed to the front of everyone in an instant. It was the expert of the Cold Whale clan that Yi Shiwen had seen before. "You're humans. You're from the Heavenly Rain Palace." That Frost Whale clan expert wasn't stupid. He immediately reacted. "Don't talk nonsense, Dai." The iron sword in Ding Budong's hand instantly drew an astonishing beam of sword light. Different swords, different world. In an instant, the sword technique in Ding Budong's hand evolved into countless sword techniques, each of which could actually evolve into a myriad of living things. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but be secretly startled. Although Yi Shiwen didn't know how exquisite this sword technique was, with his current knowledge, he could almost see through it in an instant. Every sword technique could simulate a myriad of living things, so when he could simulate the world with one sword technique, his swordsmanship would reach the grand accomplishment stage. Who could withstand such a sword technique? Although it was destined that it would never reach the grand accomplishment stage, it was also precisely because of this that such swordsmanship was almost endless and could be practiced forever. Swordsmanship itself was an unorthodox path, and it was extremely easy to reach the end. Just like his buried sword secrets, he had repeatedly strengthened it several times, but he had still touched the bottom line. Just based on this sword technique alone, Ding Batong was already a character. Lan Zhenglong and Zhao Dingfeng also rushed forward. 3 Celestial Realm experts at the first level of the Celestial Realm, in addition to Ding Batong, who was at the peak of the first level of the Celestial Realm. Naturally, their combined strength was strong. At this time, Yi Shiwen and Qiu Yao also made their move. Buried person's sword. Yi Shiwen shouted in the sea, and the water sword in his hand directly split into countless beams of sword light, instantly falling from the void like raindrops. Whoosh! 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 These beams of sword light swept down, directly bombarding the Frost Whale clan experts who were about to rush out of the mine. Yi Shiwen's buried person sword might only pose a slight threat to the Celestial Realm experts, but for the experts below the Celestial Realm, it was a fatal threat. Puff! 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 Many of the Frost Whale clan experts who were about to rush out were blown into nothingness on the spot. "You're courting death." The Frost Whale clan expert saw so many of his clansmen die tragically, and his eyes turned red. He opened his mouth and whistled out a shocking cold air, freezing the seawater along the way. In an instant, he rushed in front of Yi Shiwen with lightning speed. Clang! A loud roar sounded, and the 8 treasures heaven and earth cauldron in Yi Shiwen's body automatically appeared to protect his body, and directly smashed a loud buzzing sound. Yi Shiwen's figure was also smashed a few steps back. The Frost Whale clan expert could not help but feel a little strange seeing that he was not able to kill Yi Shiwen. One must know that killing a half-step Celestial Realm expert was simply a piece of cake. But before he could think further, he was blocked by Ding Batong and the other 2. Yi Shiwen and Qiu Yao also rushed into the mine without any hesitation. The people on the surface of the mine were almost wiped out by Yi Shiwen in an instant. However, there were still many people inside the mine and many facilities. If they weren't destroyed, then they would soon be able to start working again. "Yi Shiwen, we have to move faster." The movement here should have alarmed the Frost Whale clan, and a large number of their experts should be here soon. Qiu Yao said, "Yes." Yi Shiwen nodded, and directly rushed into the mine, the sword light in his hand almost never stopping. If he did not kill these people, then this time it was tantamount to coming here in vain. In a short while, the people in the mine were almost killed by Yi Shiwen and Qiu Yao. Although there were some powerful half-step Celestial Realm experts, under Yi Shiwen's sword light, they could not withstand a single move at all, and all of them died tragically. In a short while, the whole mine was completely destroyed, and Yi Shiwen and Qiu Yao also left the mine before it completely collapsed. With Yi Shiwen's participation, the situation which could only be regarded as evenly matched suddenly became Yi Shiwen and the others having the upper hand. But Yi Shiwen and the others did not stay for long, because in the distance, a tyrannical aura had already swept over. The experts of the Frost Whale clan were about to arrive, and if they did not leave now, they might not be able to leave. Although this expert of the Frost Whale clan very much wanted to delay Yi Shiwen and the others, in the end, he could only watch Yi Shiwen and the others swagger away, their roars shaking the sea for thousands of miles. On the sea, the figures of Yi Shiwen and the others flew past, the burst of air waves setting off a white spray. There was a bit of joy on the faces of these people. For their first time to be able to go so smoothly, it was also a big motivation for them. Only Yi Shiwen's face had a somewhat dignified expression. The shocking big secret that he had heard before must be told as soon as possible, and it would be better for them to make plans. "What's wrong, Brother Yi? Are you not happy?" Qiu Yao saw that Yi Shiwen did not seem to be too happy, so she asked, "No, I'm just thinking about something." Yi Shiwen said with a slight smile, "Since today's matter is over, then I'll take my leave first. If there is another mission next time, you can inform me." After saying that, Yi Shiwen couldn't wait any longer. He turned into a ball of golden light and disappeared in front of everyone. The Wang clan's matter had always been a thorn in his side. He didn't know when the Wang clan would make a move since they had colluded with the experts of the Cold Whale clan and the Mountain Sea Pavilion. Therefore, he couldn't delay for even a second. What an amazing speed! Lan Jinglong's face was also a bit surprised. Although they had not flown at full speed, Yi Shiwen had left them behind in an instant, which was enough to show that Yi Shiwen's speed was simply terrifying. Originally, he wanted to compete with Yi Shiwen, but he was reprimanded by Ding Batong that day. Now, it seemed that Yi Shiwen's strength seemed to be above him. Just this move alone was enough to be incomparably amazing. Yi Shiwen quickly returned to the station of the Heavenly Rain Palace and found Yi Qiong, who was guarding here. Originally, they all had their own missions, but now only Yi Qiong was guarding here as the main liaison. After seeing Yi Qiong, Yi Shiwen immediately told him everything. After listening to Yi Shiwen's explanation of the matter, Yi Qiong's face became solemn, and then he immediately held his forehead and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha! Those old fellows of the Wang clan must not have thought that their words would actually be heard by you. If they really succeeded in this matter, none of us would be able to escape and all of us would die. However, it's a pity that in the end, it was actually heard by you. That means that the heavens want to destroy them," Yi Qiong said. His face could not help but become a bit sinister. Chapter 1408. He was also secretly shocked in his heart. If it weren't for Yi Shiwen's information, he might have really fallen because of this matter. How could he not hate Yi Shiwen? He was almost dead. Fortunately, Yi Shiwen had informed him in advance. Now that we have confirmed that the Wang family is going to attack us, let's quickly inform the family and send experts to capture these people in one fell swoop. Yi Shiwen said. Yi Qiong shook his head and said, "No, our family can't send a large number of experts. According to the agreement between our human race and the sea race countless years ago, the major forces of our human race can't send a large number of experts. It's rare to see the Wang family with more than 20 Celestial Realm experts and dozens of half-step Celestial Realm experts. But even so, they still need the power of the Cold Whale clan and the Mountain Sea Pavilion to dare to encircle us." At this time, Yi Shiwen finally understood why the Wang family didn't do it themselves, but looked for the Cold Whale clan and the Mountain Sea Pavilion. If the Wang family sent some experts to encircle the Yi family, it would be a piece of cake. It was no wonder that whether it was the Yi family or the Wang family, they all wanted to compete for the ultimate leadership of the Heavenly Rain Palace. Because they couldn't personally come to the Eastern Sea region, they needed a bridgehead like the Heavenly Rain Palace, so that they could extend their tentacles out. Then what should we do? Yi Shiwen said, "This is not a difficult thing to do. This is really a heaven-sent opportunity for us to solve the Heavenly Rain Palace's matter in one fell swoop." Yi Qiong said, "Although we can't ask for help from the family, there is one thing that our Yi family can't compare with the Wang family. That is, we have the first opportunity. We have already set up our flag in the Heavenly Rain Palace many years ago. Now, Uncle Yi Jin is the deputy palace master in the Heavenly Rain Palace and can mobilize countless forces. At that time, we can capture all of them in one fell swoop. At that time, the Wang family will be wiped out. Even those who have ulterior motives can only obediently crawl at the feet of our Yi family. Yi Qiong laughed and said, "This is our greatest advantage. The Wang family needs external help, but we can complete this operation with just the power of the Heavenly Rain Palace." Yi Shiwen nodded. So that's how it was. No wonder Yi family only had a few people, but they were not afraid at all when facing so many people of Wang family. It turned out that Heavenly Rain Palace itself had a part of power that obeyed Yi family. Although the Wang family also had disciples who joined the Heavenly Rain Palace in recent years, their time was still short. At most, they were only elders. There was no way to compare with a deputy palace lord like Yi Jin. Additionally, if it were not for the fear of causing a panic within Heavenly Rain Palace, they could even fight for the position of Palace Lord. However, that would be the equivalent of bringing Heavenly Rain Palace into the Yi family's sphere of influence. Take the martial arts faction within the Yi family, for example. In the past, the Yi family had infiltrated those sections. Later on, they were slowly annexed by the Yi family, and their legacies became part of the Yi family's legacies. However, this Heavenly Rain Palace couldn't do that because the Heavenly Rain Palace was much stronger than the martial arts faction. If they really resisted, the Yi family wouldn't have it easy. In addition to the agreement between the human race and the sea race, the Yi family, as one of the tyrants of the ancient Barrens continent, could not directly descend. Since they want to play this time, let's play hard and completely cut off these people's delusions. Yi Qiong sneered and said, Yi Qiong had to worry about these things. Naturally, Yi Shiwen couldn't care so much. He immediately returned to his small courtyard and continued to cultivate. While he was in closed-door training, the news of Yi Shiwen and the others teaming up to destroy a mine quickly spread out, especially since Qiu Yao was the leader of the team. And at this time, the Heavenly Rain Palace also needed such a benchmark. In addition, the forces behind Ding Batong and the others added fuel to the fire. So, this action was immediately given another meaning and became widely known. Even without that, being able to destroy a mine right under the nose of the Frost Whale clan was something that was worth bragging about. All of a sudden, the reputation of several people rose, especially Yi Shiwen. His image in the Heavenly Rain Palace was much better. Originally, some people had added fuel to the fire to destroy the reputation of the Yi family, but because of this matter, they were completely suppressed without a trace. More than a month passed. During this month, Yi Shiwen and the others moved out a few more times and obtained quite a lot of gains. However, for the overall situation of the war, the use of these people was really too little. After all, these were the outstanding talents of the younger generation. Whenever they made a move, it would often attract the attention of the public. Facing Qiu Yao and the other members of the team who were becoming more and more rampant, the Frost Whale clan and the Mountain Sea Pavilion had a headache. This was because they could appear anywhere at any time. Although there weren't many of them, the combat strength of 4 Heaven Realm experts and a half-step Heaven Realm late-stage expert was not to be underestimated. For this reason, they specially designed an ambush for a few people. That battle was directly earth-shattering. In the end, Lan Zhenglong and Qiu Yao were both seriously injured. Yi Shiwen had no choice but to stay behind to cover everyone's retreat. After this battle, Yi Shiwen's name once again shook the world. There was no other reason, because among the people who besieged Yi Shiwen at that time, there were experts in the 3rd Heaven Realm. However, in the end, they couldn't do anything to Yi Shiwen and let him leave calmly. Although there were also rumors that Yi Shiwen was seriously injured in this battle, with his half-step Heaven Realm cultivation. In any case, such a battle record was enough to be proud of. And the 3-way battle between the Heavenly Rain Palace, the Frost Whale clan, and the Mountain Sea Pavilion also became more and more intense, especially when the Heavenly Rain Palace faced the joint forces of the Frost Whale clan and the Mountain Sea Pavilion, it showed even more signs of decline. The three forces were originally about the same, but when the Frost Whale clan and the Mountain Sea Pavilion sparred, the Heavenly Rain Palace inevitably fell into a disadvantage. Fortunately, there were a lot of experts from all sides. Although each major force might only send a few people, they were all Heaven Realm experts. With the addition of these experts, the situation was stabilized. The scale of the battle was also constantly expanding. Both sides had begun to dispatch clan soldiers and Tau soldiers to fight. Compared to the time in the flourished Cloudsea region, it was many times more tyrannical. Compared to the scale of the battle between the Tau soldiers and clan soldiers between the Eastern Sea region and the Southern Sea region, perhaps the number of them was not much, but the scene of the battle was many times more tyrannical than the flourished Cloudsea region. Compared to here, the flourished Cloudsea region was just a small fight. No wonder this was a super sea region, and the flourished Cloudsea region was just a small sea region. During this period of time, no fierce conflict broke out between the Yi and Wang clans. Even Wang Jinfei was ordered not to look for trouble with Yi Shiwen. Whether or not he could defeat Yi Shiwen was one thing, and even if he could defeat Yi Shiwen in the end, so what? Both sides were preparing. The Wang family was contacting various forces to encircle and annihilate the Yi family, and the Yi family was also constantly preparing after getting the news from Yi Shiwen. Both sides were preparing to give each other a fatal blow. So at this time it was very quiet. Neither side had any intention of provoking and causing trouble. The people of the Heavenly Rain Palace couldn't understand. The two families who were like fire and water before were silent at this time. They wouldn't believe it, even if they said **T, like facing a formidable enemy. For the ordinary disciples of the Heavenly Rain Palace, this was a good thing. At least, the two major forces could remove a considerable threat for them. At this time, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Rain Palace finally issued an order that both the Wang family and the Yi family had been waiting for a long time. A batch of ores was to be escorted back to the Heavenly Rain Palace from the mining site, and the Heavenly Rain Palace hoped that the Yi family could take over this matter. For this reason, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Rain Palace personally came to find Yi Qiong. If they didn't know about this matter, perhaps the Yi family would only treat this matter as a very ordinary matter. Escorting ores had always happened. But what really made the Yi family vigilant was that the Heavenly Rain Palace had actually summoned back all of the Yi family's experts who were stationed in various places to escort the ores together. Apart from the Yi family, the others were all inferior goods. It was obvious that the Yi family's experts were the main force. Although the number of spirit crystals escorted this time was indeed a lot, there was no need to call back all the people of the Yi family. Then there was only one possibility, that was, the Wang family's plan was activated, and they were going to attack the Yi family. Yi Qiong immediately gathered the people of the Yi family without hesitation. "They are going to attack us," a master of the Yi family said with emotion. "Finally, this day has come. I have waited for a long time, and finally I can fight fiercely and capture all these bastards of the Wang family in one fell swoop. That's right, this time we must destroy all of them. This time, if they want to play, we will play with them." Yi Qiong sneered, and the corners of his mouth were cold. When the time comes, everyone must cooperate with each other. Before Uncle Yi Jin arrives, we can only rely on ourselves. In order not to be suspected, Uncle Yi Jin will bring people to set off for a while after we set off. During this time, it is all up to us. If we can't hold on, then the whole situation will collapse. Everyone understand? Yi Jin asked. Understood. Chapter 1409. The next day, after everyone from the Yi clan had arrived, everyone from the Yi clan immediately went to the mine without the Heavenly Rain Palace's urging. The person in charge of the mine handed over the goods very quickly. Now that the war was not over, not only would the Heavenly Rain Palace send people to destroy the mines in the territories of the two forces, but the two forces would also do so. Therefore, If these spirit crystals were not transported in advance, they might fall into the hands of the enemy. After receiving the spirit crystals, everyone from the Yi clan could not help but take a deep breath because they all knew what this meant. The Yi clan's people pretended to know nothing, broke through the sea surface, and quickly flew in the direction of the heavenly rain palace. Suddenly, above a boundless sea, the winds and waves were calm, as if there was nothing at all. However, everyone stopped. It was because the calm was the strangest. In the sea, calm was a sign that something was going to happen. Stop! Yi Cheong waved his hand at this time, the fan in his hand constantly slapping his palm. I don't know which friend is ambushing me here. Come out and meet me. Ha ha ha, Yi Cheong, your reputation is well deserved, worthy of being one of the 5 most powerful forces of the Yi clan. Accompanied by a hearty laughter, a group of dozens of people appeared in the void. All of them were the top experts of the Cold Whale clan, and the one leading them was the top expert of the Cold Whale clan that Yi Shiwen had seen the other day. Although they were prepared, when they saw these people, everyone from the Yi clan could not help but take a deep breath. In addition to this elder of the Cold Whale clan, there were more than 20 other great experts of the Celestial Realm, and the rest were also top experts of the peak of the half-step Celestial Realm. Even for a big clan like the Cold Whale clan, it could be said that they had spent a lot of money to send so many experts. Cold Whale clan, what do you want? Yi Cheong said coldly. Haha, Yi Cheong, don't you know? The elder of the Cold Whale clan said with a sneer. Who else? Come out together. Yi Cheong said loudly. Hearing Yi Cheong's words, the crowd behind him became restless. There were hundreds of people escorting the spirit crystals, and only a dozen or so of them were from the Yi clan. The rest were from the Heavenly Rain Palace and other forces. At this time, the crowd couldn't help but become restless. Yi Cheong's eyes lit up. Just the experts of the Frost Whale clan before them were enough to render them helpless. Moreover, if there were others lying in ambush, wouldn't they be dead meat? They were not like the experts of the Yi family, who knew in advance that they would be attacked. At this time, they could not help but feel restless, and it was precisely because of their restless behavior that the Frost Whale clan was even more certain that they hadn't been discovered. Ha ha ha, as expected of Yi Cheong. Another laugh came from behind. Another group of people dressed in uniform leaped out from the void. Their numbers were almost the same as the Cold Whale clan's. There were also over 20 experts of the Heaven Tier and several dozen experts at the peak of the late stage of the Heaven Tier. Such a huge lineup almost caused the entire Heavenly Rain Palace's team to be completely routed. Either of these 2 groups of people was enough to completely annihilate them, let alone 2 groups of people coming together. For them, this was the most terrifying thing. And from the looks of it, they were experts of the Mountain Sea Pavilion. The leading artist was also a very famous expert of the new generation in the Mountain Sea Pavilion, Feng Wuliang. Although he was born in the Mountain Sea Pavilion, he was famous throughout the ancient barrens. In terms of fame, he was almost as famous as the 5 hegemons of the Yi clan. Feng Wuliang, I didn't expect it to be you. Yi Cheong said with narrowed eyes. Just the Frost Whale clan's elder alone was already very troublesome to deal with, let alone Feng Wuliang. What's so strange about it? Yi Cheong, I've heard of your name before, but I've never really fought against you. Today is the perfect opportunity. I'd like to see how capable you, a famous genius of the ancient barrens, are. Killing you will be enough to make my name known throughout the world. Feng Wuliang said indifferently. The Mountain Sea Pavilion could be considered a tyrant in the Southern Sea region, but in the entire ancient barrens it was nothing, let alone compared to a giant like the Yi clan. Therefore, he had always been a little unconvinced. If he had been born in the Yi clan, he would definitely be much more powerful than the 5 hegemons. Kill me and make a name for yourself. Humph. Yi Cheong continued to sneer. Who else? Come out together. I'd like to see how many people are involved in this matter. The people of the Heavenly Rain Palace almost fainted. Just these people alone were enough to kill them, but there were still more people. Oh my God, who did they offend? How could this happen? I really can't hide it from you. Another sneer was heard, and a group of people jumped out from the surroundings. The person in the lead was Wang Li. How could it be the Wang clan? At this time, the people of the Heavenly Rain Palace were shocked. They didn't expect that the people who wanted their lives were actually the Wang clan, whom they thought was their ally. At this time, they were completely dumbfounded, seeing so many experts of the Wang clan here. If they still couldn't figure out what was going on, then they would have wasted their lives. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel sad. Why is it like this? Aren't you here to help us? Why are you colluding with them? At this time, an expert of the Heavenly Rain Palace shouted righteously. Yes, I'm here to help the Heavenly Rain Palace, but now the atmosphere of the Heavenly Rain Palace is filled with unfriendly atmosphere towards our Wang clan. So we have to get rid of these people first. I'm sorry, but you are just one of them. At this time, Wang Li said with a sneer. Wang Jinfei, forget about Wang Li and the others. You are a disciple cultivated by our Heavenly Rain Palace. When has our Heavenly Rain Palace mistreated you? Another expert pointed at the figure behind Wang Li and said, that person was none other than Wang Jinfei. At this time, Wang Jinfei couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. As a disciple of the Heavenly Rain Palace, and also as a disciple of the Wang clan, he couldn't say anything at this time because he was very clear that these people's accusations were not wrong. However, when he saw Yi Shiwen in the crowd, his expression suddenly became abnormally fierce. He did not do anything wrong, for the sake of the Heavenly Rain Palace, and the Yi clan was the biggest tumor attached to the Heavenly Rain Palace. Only by eradicating them and relying on the help of the Wang clan, the Heavenly Rain Palace could truly flourish and become the hegemon of the Eastern Sea region. At that time, whether it was the Wang clan or the Heavenly Rain Palace, both sides would not owe anything. As for being controlled by the Wang clan, it was the Yi clan that was currently controlling them, so it didn't matter who controlled them. His complexion immediately returned to normal, and he said, now that things have come to this, it's useless no matter what you say. If you want to blame someone, blame the Yi clan. If it weren't for them, you wouldn't have to die, and you wouldn't have to face such a situation. At this time, whether it was the people of the Heavenly Rain Palace or the people of other forces, how could they still understand that the Wang clan had come for the people of the Yi clan, and they were just fish caught in the crossfire? In order to silence them, it was impossible for the Wang clan to let any of them escape. Otherwise, if this matter were to spread to the Heavenly Rain Palace, it would cause a huge uproar, and all the efforts of the Wang clan would be in vain. This would also give the Yi clan a very good excuse to intervene. And at this time, these people who felt despair began to cast their hateful eyes towards the people of the Yi clan, which made the people of the Yi clan feel quite uncomfortable. Indeed, these people were here for them. However, the ones who wanted to kill them weren't the Yi clan, but the three parties. Instead of hating them, they resented the Yi clan. Wasn't this the typical thinking of a small fry? They were powerless in the face of power, so they vented their anger on others. Humph, these people are really asking for it. Originally, I wanted to save them, but now it seems that they are simply asking for it. If they die, then they die. What does it have to do with them? The people of the Yi clan had such thoughts. At this critical moment, these people's mentality of the weak was exposed. This was human nature, or it should be said that this was almost the nature of intelligent creatures. Everyone was the same. Yi Shiwen also sneered in the face of the hateful eyes of these people behind him. These people were courting death. At this time, if they relied on the Yi clan, they might still have a chance to survive. But now they were the targets of the three forces, and they treated the people of the Yi clan like this. If this wasn't courting death, then what was? They were really blinded by the fear of death, and they couldn't distinguish the severity of the situation. Less nonsense, Yi Qiong. Today you will die. If your Yi clan doesn't die, our Wang clan will never have the chance to enter the Heavenly Rain Palace. Wang Li sneered and said, The people of the Yi clan were also very clear about this. Fortunately, they had prepared beforehand. So at this time, although they were a little nervous, they didn't panic. This surprised the three forces, but they didn't take it to heart and just regarded it as the psychological quality of the experts of the Yi clan. Let's go, don't talk nonsense with them. At this time, the elder of the Cold Whale clan roared and instantly attacked. Under the seabed, a huge cold whale directly appeared on the surface of the sea, opened its bloody mouth, and endless cold air instantly froze the entire sea, not giving the people of the Yi clan the opportunity to escape to the sea. Then, countless cold air suddenly attacked the people of the Yi clan, and the real attack was launched in an instant. Let's go, we must hold on, Yi Cheung shouted. The people of the Yi clan all knew what he meant and also shouted together. Chapter 1410. Kill! At this time, whether it was the Cold Whale clan, the Mountain Sea Pavilion, or the Wong clan, all the masters rushed in. They all knew that they had to end the battle quickly. If it dragged on for too long, then the result would be unpredictable. Boom! If seen from above, it was like two waves of people colliding fiercely. In an instant, terrifying waves surged out, but these waves were made up of life. Many people were killed on the spot in the first wave of impact, especially the warriors of the Heavenly Rain Palace and other forces, who lost more than half of them in the first collision. Battle cries spread throughout the entire sea in an instant. These Yi clan Celestial Realm Masters were targeted almost as soon as they came up. They had to face, several times, more masters than them. As soon as they came up, they were beaten back again and again, and at this time Yi Xuan was also found by someone almost immediately. This person was none other than Wang Jinfei. His eyes were red as he looked at Yi Xuan and roared, "Leave Yi Xuan to me. None of you are allowed to intervene." At this time, the sky was simply stained with blood. At any time, someone would be killed on the spot. Screams, the sound of weapons breaking, and the sound of magic tearing through the vast sky penetrated everywhere, making people's souls tremble. Kill them all. Today, the Yi clan will be completely annihilated. Wang Li roared. His strength was simply the best, invincible. The strength of the extremely profound celestial realm was set off by him, and it was extremely terrifying. Under this environment, Yi Xuan and Wang Jinfei faced each other in the void. Yi Xuan, you broke my great way. Today, I will make up for it with your life. Wang Jinfei's eyes were red as he gnashed his teeth and said, "You want to kill me? You also know that it is impossible. Your Taoist heart has been broken, and now you are just a stray dog." Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, Yi Xuan naturally wouldn't be polite at all. He directly said with a cold smile, "As long as I kill you, I can instantly break all the inner demons, recondense my Taoist heart, and even go further. From now on, I can advance by leaps and bounds, and all of this I have to thank you." Wang Jinfei said with a hideous grin. There was a faint, demonic aura on his face. This was a sign that the heart devil had entered his body. "You've already been possessed by the heart's devil, and you've gone mad." Yi Xuan said, "What does that matter? As long as you die, everything will be solved." Wang Jinfei roared. Yi Xuan was speechless. This was also an extremely powerful visualization method. It could create an incomparably powerful enemy, and if he could defeat this enemy, then he could instantly make a huge breakthrough in his mental cultivation, which was originally very difficult to make any progress in his mental cultivation. However, although this method was effective, it was also very dangerous. If one was not careful, they could die on the spot. Without a bit of confidence, who would dare to do this? And Wang Jinfei might have already given it his all. Only by killing Yi Xuan could he have the possibility to move forward. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to move forward, he might not even be able to keep his celestial realm cultivation and would continue to degenerate. At that time, he would really be no different from a good-for-nothing. How could he accept such an outcome? Roar! Wang Jinfei roared like a wounded beast. He shook the void and instantly attacked Yi Shiwen. He condensed his right fist, and his whole body's blood and qi surged. His fist was like a vast ocean, and it was about to overturn everything. His fist energy was mixed with a bit of blood red and a bit of demonic aura. This was clearly a scene when he was about to go mad. Although it would also become more terrifying if he was not careful, he would die a tragic death. Yi Shiwen had nowhere to retreat. Wang Jinfei's fist intent had completely locked him, and there was no way for him to escape. But Yi Shiwen did not want to escape at all. He just sneered and said, "Then I'll let you see the fundamental gap between you and me, and why my Tao can easily break your Tao." Yi Shiwen shouted, and his body's qi and blood surged, intertwining into a pillar of qi that soared into the sky. It was incomparably terrifying, and it intertwined with the powerful aura of the celestial realm in the sky, reflecting each other's brilliance. The golden divinity instantly covered his whole body, and countless golden star power began to condense on his fist, and he suddenly punched. Boom! At this moment, the world lost its color, the sun and the moon lost their light, and the whole sky was covered by Yi Shiwen's golden light. Even in the battlefield of many celestial realm experts, it was extremely dazzling. Crash! The unparalleled shock wave swept out in an instant, directly rushing to the half-step celestial realm experts of the Cold Whale clan and the Mountain Sea Pavilion, who rushed over. These experts screamed on the spot and were killed by the shock wave, and many people exploded on the spot, turning into a cloud of blood mist. In the endless golden light, a figure fell out, and it was no one else but Wang Jinfei. He screamed and groaned, and was hit by Yi Shiwen's divinity on the spot, and it directly began to corrode his body. Although this divinity was only a little bit, it was as heavy as Mount Tai. He couldn't believe it. Although his Taoist heart was broken, his strength was still there, not to mention that he, a dignified celestial realm expert, was injured by a half-step celestial realm kid like Yi Shiwen. He didn't fight with Yi Shiwen last time, and Yi Shiwen's way of leaving made him feel that Yi Shiwen must be fine. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so afraid to fight with him. But he didn't expect that the truth was not like this at all. He roared angrily, like a wounded beast, and his qi and blood that had begun to boil due to Yi Shiwen's shock suddenly calmed down. He was furious to the extreme, and at this time, only killing Yi Shiwen was left in his eyes. He immediately rushed towards Yi Shiwen, and his body, which was not very tall, crushed the whole sky in an instant. His qi and blood ran through the sky, and even the sun and moon lost their light. And Yi Shiwen also didn't show the slightest weakness, and condensed the shattered star fist again, facing the extremely angry Wang Jinfei. Yi Shiwen didn't retreat in the slightest, and directly went up to meet him. The battle of the strong, tit for tat, didn't give him any chance to breathe at all. Countless ice surfaces nearby cracked on the spot, and then instantly turned into ice scraps all over the sky. These were all cracked by the aftermath of the fight between the two. And the giant beast under the sea was also constantly repairing the cracks in order to prevent these people from escaping from the bottom of the sea. But they didn't expect that the people of the Yi clan didn't even think about escaping. Their fundamental purpose was to intercept them here. Bang! It was unknown how many moves the two sides had exchanged, but a crisp sound of bones breaking was heard. Kacha! Ah! Wang Jinfei let out a scream, and his entire right arm was already dripping with blood, and it was hanging down softly at this time. He was actually directly broken by Yi Shiwen, a half-step celestial realm kid. How tyrannical was his physical body! After these celestial realm experts entered the realm of being one with the universe, they could attract the laws of heaven and earth to protect themselves. Their physical bodies were many times more tyrannical than when they were in the law manifestation realm. It was almost impossible for law manifestation realm experts to hurt celestial realm experts. Even if they stood still and let the law manifestation realm warriors hit them, it would be the same. Although the half-step celestial realm was only half a step away from entering the celestial realm, it was not the celestial realm in the end. At this time he retreated again, and his face was shocked. The chi and blood on his face were still tumbling, making his face look strange red. Impossible! I have always been a master who can challenge higher realms. How can I be defeated by you? Wang Zhenfei couldn't believe it, and his eyes were bloodshot as he roared angrily. Why is it impossible? Yi Shiwen sneered. Do you really think that being invincible in the same realm is really invincible in the same realm? Not only will I destroy your Tao, but I will also break your confidence. Yi Shiwen took a step forward. Under the sun, the divinity on his body was shining with golden light, and his eyes were as deep as the stars. Bastard, what do you think I am? Wang Zhenfei roared, and with a long whistle, many masters around were injured by him, which was enough to prove that his strength was extraordinary, but now he was beaten like this. It could only be said that Yi Shiwen was more terrifying than him. For me, you are just a stumbling block on my way forward. If you didn't insist on blocking in front of me, it would not be like this. Yi Shiwen said, just a stumbling block, go to hell. Wang Zhenfei almost went crazy and blasted towards Yi Shiwen. His fist broke through the sky and pierced through the long rainbow, directly sweeping in front of Yi Shiwen. Dang! There was a loud roar directly, and the 8 treasures heaven and earth cauldron in Yi Shiwen's body automatically protected his body. Although Yi Shiwen's strength was far from enough, the 8 treasures heaven and earth cauldron was a top-notch heaven-level martial tool with infinite power, automatically protecting him, almost in an invincible position. Unless the strength was much stronger than him, otherwise, facing the 8 treasures heaven and earth cauldron would be depressed to the point of madness. I will fight with you. Wang Zhenfei blasted a few more punches in succession, and each punch could explode the stars, completely shattering the ice under his feet. Yi Shiwen raised the 8 treasures heaven and earth cauldron, like a king lifting a cauldron, directly smashing it towards Wang Zhenfei. Dang! There was a loud sound, and Wang Zhenfei was blasted out on the spot. He finally could not hold back a mouthful of blood and directly spat it on the spot. He was almost killed on the spot. Yi Shiwen did not stop and directly stepped out. His figure crossed the void and chased again. The 8 treasures heaven and earth cauldron in his hand smashed down again. Boom! The entire void began to shatter inch by inch, like a glass mirror completely shattered. Yi Shiwen's courage had reached such a point. Stop!